Ladies and gentlemen, the show will begin momentarily. Please take your seats.
Hello? Hello? Oh, here we go. All right, everyone, we're actually starting. We have a tight schedule today, so we're going to be keeping things on time. If you could all take your seats, please. We're going to get rolling here. So my name is Shelly Farnham with Surplace Technologies. And first of all, I want to say to everyone, I'll just get going as you take your seats. I just want to say to everyone, thank you so much for being here. We're super, super excited. We've been planning this event for about a year now, and so I really want to call out our organizing committee. They've been fantastic. A lot of thought and care has actually gone into this event to really optimize it for you and your experience. Genevieve, Tremblay, Jeff Bryce with Cornish, Yuliya and Anna from Future Arts. Take my glasses off. Joseph and Jacob, who are both artists and creative technologists, and Lydia Boss from Artist Trust. You'll be hearing from all of these folks more. Most of them are part of the program. But again, a lot of thought and care went into this event. I'm really grateful for all their contributions. This event is brought to you by Third Place Technologies in collaboration with Future Arts, both nonprofits in the art and tech space here in the Northwest. We also are partnering with Cornish, who were really fabulous, providing the space for us and supporting this event, access to all their amazing students and so forth. And then Lydia, who's one of our panels, is really going to help you learn more about resources that are available for this community. I just want to highlight our goals real briefly. Again, it's really about building community. We're building excitement, hopefully, and cohesion and capacity for the Pacific Northwest community as a community of practice. And I really want you to be thinking about as well, what are your goals in being here today? And I'm going to be telling my story a little bit to provide some context for why I'm here as well. And for the event as well. So I wanted to ask first, for people in the room, just to get a sense, right? How many people in here would you characterize yourself as an artist of some form? Oh, that's great. Okay. How many of you would characterize yourself as a technologist? Yeah. What about a designer? Scientist or researcher? Yeah. So I can just keep going down this list. Educator. But I think the point is pretty clear at this point, which is this is a very interdisciplinary group. That's the reason you're in this room. And many of you, will be raising your hands for many of these categories, right? So I want to tell you a little bit about me. Again, to provide some context to this event. I think of myself as having an interdisciplinary brain. On the one extreme, I am an artist. I have been since I was 3. My mom was an artist, encouraging me to paint. I'm also a technologist. I've been programming also since I was about 10 with the Commodore 64, doing for loops on the, and writing HBasic drawing programs in high school. That's how old I am. But I'm also a scientist, right? So I went to graduate school. I got a PhD in social psychology because I really care about community, and as a part of that, I do a lot of community organizing. So I threw up a bunch of images up there to represent some of my recent activities in the past decade or so. And the whole point is that it does sometimes feel very fractured and chaotic because you're pursuing all these lines of interest. And sometimes I think I have struggled with this feeling that in order to be really good in one area, am I sacrificing by pursuing another? And in fact, sometimes I feel like I have to hide, like while I'm in my context as a research scientist, talking to my colleagues, I sort of hide almost how much time I spend doing art, right? Because I don't want them to know. But anyways, I was thinking, how do I represent this struggle that I myself have had as an interdisciplinary practitioner? So I made a stacked line graph of my effort over time, right, where each band of color represents a discipline from 1986 to 2025. And I want to say in the very beginning, when I was in high school, I thought of myself as an artist. I also did some tech on the side. But I actually tried to keep it separate because I had this notion, I had in fact internalized the idea that they don't go well together, right? You should keep them separate because they might dilute, each other. And then I went into college, I got a BA in Fine Arts and Psychology, I started loving psychology as well, which increased I spent time doing psychology and developing myself as a research scientist and developing that career. But then I went into technology and I went to Microsoft Research and worked in a lab. My whole job was to invent new technology, which is awesome, right? But then my art side got very dormant. And I started really missing it. I started feeling like, what is missing in my life? And started pursuing opportunities to meet more artists and going to art festivals and crazy things like that. What really kicked me off, though, into thinking I need to get art back into my life was Dorkbot. Anybody, do you guys remember Dorkbot? I love Dorkbot because it was art, technology, and science. And I remember having this moment or this thought, oh my God, there are people like me out there, Because up until then, I really felt like you're either an artist or a technologist or a scientist, right? And so realizing that, in fact, there are other people like me who have these interdisciplinary brains with special needs and interests and ways about doing things. And that came from that community event, right? And so again, that's trying to tie that back to why are we doing this right now? And one of the things I learned, in the research is that, in fact, people like me who are interdisciplinary and they're spanning across different networks or different communities actually help those communities be more innovative, right? If your goal is to create new things, recombining ideas and transferring information across networks is actually very valuable to those networks. Getting back to this graph, in 2014, we did the first Art and Tech workshop, very similar to this, 10 years ago. Again, I was still at Microsoft Research at that time, but a lot of the people who participated in that are in this room: Anna, Pinto de Silva, Genevieve, Jeff, Carrie Christie. It's very exciting that we're all here 10 years later. But very similar goals, right? Developing the community at the intersection of art and technology. And then, in fact, after we had this workshop, we shared the results in the form of a presentation, a paper at IESEA 2015. And then we were kind of struggling with how do we describe ourselves? What does this mean? It's sort of emerging kind of art. We sort of were mapping who's who in the network. We articulated our goals as a community. Which, there's a paper you can read, I don't need to go into details, but also talking about what can we do as a community of practice, right, to help ourselves, documentation, more communication channels, community building events. So getting back to this, right after that, I quit my job at Microsoft Research, which is pretty scary, actually. You've got your swing corporate job, and you're quitting it to pursue an interest in the nonprofit sector, facilitating art and tech. So we started Third Place Technologies after that. Also my art group, Totally Legit, which is an art and tech art group. So I can really do a deep dive because I was really passionate about this and wanted it to be art and tech and science and research. I wanted to all be dominant in my life, right? And all be together. And so this graph is representing over time at the end here that I have more successfully been able to merge all these things and not have it just be this separate, keeping them separate. Which leads us to Third Place Technologies. I'm just going to spend a minute or two talking about it. If you quit your job and do exactly what you want, Third Place Technologies is it. Because that is what we're doing. We're helping our goal as a community organizer, as a social scientist, a technologist, and an artist, really helping the community become itself. We do a combination of spaces and events, largely, but also just some online tools towards this effort. And we become sort of a tale of two cities. We've got a makerspace and collaborative studio here in Capitol Hill called Passable. We have another one up in Skycomish called Sky Artworks. We do a lot of events. 10 years ago, we started with Electric Sky. It's been 10 years now, bringing together art and tech people for a creative retreat. And one of the things I really sort of love about, or what we've been learning as a social scientist, what does it mean to be a collaborative and creative community? And one of the things you find, and I think Genevieve will be focused on this some later as well, is in the art and tech space, you need to be constantly learning, right? And so one of the things that we've been doing that's been most successful is these workshops, right? Peer learning workshops where people from the community teach other people from the community. And that's just been an ongoing effort for almost 10 years now. And it's really exciting to have these moments. You know, we're up in Sky Comish, one of our maker spaces. Genevieve arranged for this group from Chile. Their traditional Andes tapestry, Collectiva Tremanda, to present at Soil, right? So they came to Seattle and they had a show at Soil. They came up to Sky Comish, they did a workshop. And then while they were there, they're like, oh my God, you have a laser cutter? Can we use your laser cutter to print out looms so that we can teach, right, our traditional practice more easily, and people can take home their looms, right? So that was just such an aha moment of like, oh my God, we're here, we're finally doing it. We really are connecting these cool, creative, and technology moments. Anyways, and so I just want to end with saying that is actually, these kinds of events have a really strong and meaningful real-world impact, which is why we're pursuing 10 years later this symposium. Trying to create spaces for experimentation and play, and really wanting to really facilitate the development of collaborative relationships and these lifelong learning opportunities. I just want to mention briefly, we all went through basically a huge halt in our lives from COVID. We almost shut down Third Place Technologies at this time. I mean, we do events and so forth. And I think that the community as a whole was in fact barreling along pretty well and getting a lot of traction. But then we all had a setback, right, during COVID. And so for me, a big part of what we're doing right now is we're sort of repositioning ourselves and situating ourselves as an interdisciplinary practice, getting back together, re-networking as a creative community, developing best practices for our interdisciplinary work. And for me, as I was trying to express with my story, is actually just getting the emotional social support from being around people like me, which actually very meaningful in helping you progress with confidence when you're doing something that's perhaps not what the average person is doing. But also finding opportunities, jobs and so forth for people at this intersection of art, tech, science, and community. I actually created a network from our badges. It's one of the reasons I was trying to get everyone, be sure and sign up. But this is a part of what we're doing, is a part of the reconnection, is documenting who's who and how they're connected and what are our shared interests and so forth. And so I'm actually going to have this up here later, and I want you all to come up and add more information so that we can, over time, make this a very accurate network. So anyway, that's my last slide. I'm going to bring Anna up. I just want to thank you as she comes up again. I hope you can connect with why I think these events are super important for us to develop as a community of practice. But again, I want to thank the organizing committee. It takes a village. It takes a village to organize an event like this, including the panelists and speakers, all the exhibitors, the volunteers, and the supporting organizations. It's just really fantastic to see a group like this come together. I'm going to let Anna introduce herself.
I would like to give Shelly some more big love. There are so many tremendous people in this audience, and I want to talk a little bit about Shelly and the first time I met you, which was at MSR, and I remember how exciting it was to be invited to come and be part of that conversation, that workshop, and all the people, and how nervous I was, and just thinking about how we would come together as a community. So I'm gonna share just a teeny tiny bit about my background, just to situate the conversation a little bit in a broader temporal sweep. So I come from a family of scientists, 2 generations deep. My grandmother, avó Quitéria, who I always called her avó Quitéria, my avó Quitéria, my grandmother, was the first woman in probably Portuguese history to have a dual degree in art and science, a degree that she earned in 1920 in Portugal, which was a very rare and unusual thing. She cultivated an atmosphere. She and her husband were both, my grandfather, were both agronomists, they were botanists, and they were people who were deeply, deeply connected to the understanding that the world that we create is co-created between ourselves and the plants and the animals and the people that create culture. They were ethnobotanists, in fact. My father was a molecular cell biologist, and he is also an abstract expressionist painter. And I know from having grown up as my dad's child and as my grandparents' granddaughter, that you don't choose to be an artist and you don't choose to be a scientist. They choose you. That's just how it is. Because to be a scientist or to be an artist means to pursue truth. Whether or not that truth is convenient is beside the point. And that's what the fundamental relationship between art and science actually are. It's the investigation, the interrogation, the feeling through of the world that we inhabit. And we know that all these different means and methods and ways are valid. It's ways of knowing, because the world that we live in still, after all this time, is a bit of a mystery to us. Now, let's talk a little bit about design and technology. Design and technology are united through function, through use. And what's interesting about both of them is that they're connected through magic, right? We don't adopt technologies unless they are magical, right? I mean, this microphone's pretty magical, right? I talk into it and it amplifies everything. The radio is pretty damn magical, right? You turn it on and then like you flip the dial old school style, and like voices from all over the world come into your living room. Super magical, right? A telephone, it rings, ring, 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 and you pick it up and it's your mom in Toledo. That's just magical, right? And now you think about the cell phones that we have in our pockets. They are like magic wands. You can shoot a feature film with the damn thing. You can run a political campaign with the damn thing. You can order dinner with that thing. It's incredible. And in the space and time between where we are today and where we came together, that very first conversation, the world has changed, right? So when you think about this intersection of art and science, design and technology, I think right now, and again, historically, when we think about Leonardo da Vinci, for example, we should talk about him, okay? And that'll pivot us to the current movement. People think, we borrow Leonardo da Vinci's persona over time to substantiate different things that we believe about ourselves as a culture, right? Sometimes we use Leonardo da Vinci as an avatar to tell us that like singular male genius is like the way to go, and if we don't have those singular male geniuses to tell us what to do at the top of the pyramid because they are so unusual and remarkable, we'll be lost, right? But if you study Leonardo da Vinci's life, you really look at it, he was propelled forward by wonder, unceasing wonder, and a pursuit to understand how the magic of this world actually worked. And he did it in community. Did you know that one of the greatest passions that Leonardo da Vinci had was convening community in these grand pageants for which he designed the costumes and the little robots and the scenery, right? And he designed, the entire event, and he even wrote the jokes. He loved this. He loved this. We don't have any of those artifacts because they're so ephemeral. But this was one of his greatest passions. He created communities around himself that helped his investigation, right? And this underscores something that Shelly said so beautifully, which is that community is the investigative lens. Each of us is a multitude, Walt Whitman, right? We contain multitudes. We know this. We are mysteries unto ourselves, and we each have means and methods and cultural backgrounds, curiosities, passions, and crucially, blindnesses. And when we come together, whether or not we come together easily or with difficulty, conflict being something that we don't talk enough about as being central to investigation, to pulling ideas apart. Essentially, when we come together as a community, we become an investigative substrate. So, what I want to perhaps close with is this. We stand at an incredible inflection point in terms of our moment in our technological history. The rise of generative AI technologies is shifting fundamental ways of knowing. But what they also do is situate us as human beings, now a little bit divorced from the tools of tech and technologies that we used to use to help anchor our brilliance. So even Plato thought writing was a little bit suspect, right? When writing came around, he was like, I don't think so. I'm not so sure about that, right? Because it was a way of scaffolding the mind. What we do know is that by coming together, by being together, by having our mirror neurons excite our minds and our beings, by centering ideas like sociogenomics, the ways in which we create each other as a body, is how we start to understand that community, at the end of the day, regardless of what era we're in or what the technologies are in our world, community is the most important way of knowing of them all. And so with that, I want to kick off our panel by celebrating the remarkable leaders, community builders, artists, technologists, scientists, people of wonder, and above all, troublemakers in this audience. And to say, I've known you many of you over the last 20 years, and I've seen the magnificent work that you've done, and I've also seen how it creates currents of wonder across our community, and I've also seen how the work, if you think about the total work that happens in Seattle, it affects people all over the world. And so the heart and the care that we bring to our work is extremely, extremely important. And we are extremely important to each other. So with that, the panel.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Hannah. So next up, we have Genevieve Tremblay, who is the chair of our panel, our opening panel. So Genevieve Tremblay is an amazing, I like to think of her as a hyper connector. She's a creative catalyst, researcher, artist, all of it all packaged up in one beautiful package. As I mentioned, when I first met Genevieve, it was one of my moments where I was like, oh my God, I'm not the only one. This is great. 30 years ago. So anyway, she's going to kick off with the panel, and I'll let her introduce her peer people. And I'm going to take down my computer.
Yeah, will you do the old switcheroo? I don't think I could have asked for a better drum roll between Shelly and Anna, my two most amazing inspirators. They've been longtime collaborators and co-conspirators for many, many years. And it is really amazing to round all of us back up again, some new faces and some faces that were here back when we did this at Cornish. I was teaching at Cornish at the time with Jeff. And just to tell you about one more thread, Anna didn't tell everybody what she's up to at the moment, but if you know Anna from being in the Pacific Northwest, you may know that she's now living in Pittsburgh. She's heading up the School of Design at Carnegie Mellon, which is an extraordinary program. And Jeff and I are alums from Carnegie Mellon, so there is that very interdisciplinary DNA that runs through that institution that Jeff and I have experienced, and Jeff too. Jeff and I have been longtime collaborators, literally since college. Our professor, Bruce Breland, was an intermedia professor, and basically I was heading out to Seattle. Jeff was here already. He graduated the year before me, and he said, "Find Jeff Bryce." I did, and we've been connected ever since with all kinds of wonderful trouble. So I think there's something about the interdisciplinary community that automatically means that you're a connector, and I'm really appreciative of it. And I'm very appreciative that Anna's at Carnegie Mellon now, because they couldn't have done any better. Okay. Okay. So where are my panelists? Come on up. Oh, wow, it's going to be Yuliya. Yuliya Pryde Thompson, you can sit right here. Cam, why don't you sit in the next one so I can go in order. Diana Z, Cam Smith, Deanna Z, and Nicholas Bowan. So our panelists, first of all, I think I got the sweetest job of all of our panel, rounding up very inspirational practitioners. And to Anna's point, we're at a really incredible moment where I think the practices of these artist technology hybrids are really at an inflection point. And when I first thought of all the people I would have on the panel, I was kind of defaulting to all the stellar people I've known for years and years and years. And then I did a reset, and I thought, you know what? I want to explore practices that I don't know about. And all of these wonderful people here I've met over the last course of the year, and I've met them through platforms of art and technology. So I met Yuliya at Electric Sky. She just heard about it and came up. And I met Cam, through multiple channels. Cam is an artist in residence at Passable. He's also doing residencies in, I think, a couple of other places at CAM as well. Cam is at CAM. Diana and Nicholas, I met at Seattle Creative Coders and started to get to know them there. And then they came up to Electric Sky the next year and did a whole kind of installation the next year. So we've spent this time getting ready for the panel by kind of setting up play dates, literally. They've taken me around to their studios and shared their practices with me, and we've gotten to know each other, and they've connected with each other because a lot of what they're doing has connection points with each of their practices. So it's been a bit of an odyssey and really a joy for me. This is pretty much my favorite thing to do, as most of you know. Jeff has a smile on his face. I'm going to read a few things that I prepared just because I don't want to forget anything. And then I'm going to introduce each panelist, and they're going to sort of introduce themselves as well and tell you a little bit about the work that they have in the exhibition. And then I have a couple of questions for them, and then we'll open it up to everybody. So these particular hybrids, as I said, they're fluent in a range of creative mediums and digital tools and platforms. So they really have quite an expansive toolkit. They not only bring a digital mindset, but they bring the ability to use, a digital mindset is what we know of, ability to use new tools, to learn emerging technologies. I think for the most part, everybody in this room probably has one of those. But what I believe, and Anna kind of pointed to it, and so did Shelly, this new crop, and this isn't a generational slight of any kind, because I'm on the other side of the spectrum, but I really do what I see coming up the pike. And also with practitioners that I know that are my age. Critical digital innovators is what I would like to refer to them as. It's a unique blend of art and tech fluency. It involves transformative or exponential technologies, exponential being AI, machine learning, neurotechnology, VR, AR, there's others, blockchain and other, but the idea of folding the understanding those technologies into your practice in a sort of malleable way, data as well. These are the fluencies that all of the artists in the panel bring. And what they're doing is using the technology as a medium for reflection, expression, and a critical response. So that's kind of back to the relational, responsive, and longitudinal practices, hitting on this idea of we're in a moment where these kinds of capacities allow us to tell new kinds of stories and share new kinds of experiences. So our conversation today, they're going to talk about how they are evolving their practices, building cross-disciplinary relationships, how they're doing it, and shaping their own creative, collaborative ecosystems in the Pacific Northwest and beyond. So what I'm going to do now is introduce each of them in a very formal way, and then I'll hand it off and they'll provide the soft tissue of their practice and tell you a little bit about the work they're doing. So Yuliya Pryde Thompson is a creative producer, writer, musician working with XR, AR, AI, and participatory storytelling. She has collaborated with Niantic, Liquid City, InWorld AI, Bato, and she's worked at Rafik Anadol's studio on projects spanning immersive worlds, AI-driven characters, and database public art. So, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up a chair now. I don't need to be. I don't want my phone.
No, okay, I can keep it.
Wait, let me just pull up this.
So as Jen said, I'm Julia. I'm a writer and curator and producer in the AR, XR, all the acronym spaces. And then I also have a personal practice as a musician and sometimes as an actor. And historically, those worlds have been quite separate, but recently I've been trying to bridge the gap. My background is in design anthropology. And up until a year ago, I spent a decade in LA exploring the intersection of entertainment, tech, art, and design. I moved to LA for film and theater, which I think are really potent mediums for renegotiating collective stories, and sort of increasingly became interested in this idea of making that a participatory and agential experience to explore what are the stories that we've all agreed on, who gets to tell them, and how do we know what we know. A concrete example of a project that I worked on that I think is like a really benevolent use case of all of these technologies was with Niantic Games, which was an AR experience that brought an owl named Wall into your space, and you could have a real-time conversation with them using AI about the life cycle of redwood trees, which I just think is like, what a wonderful way to use these technologies. And then I have a piece here today that speaks to this tension increasingly that I've had, that professionally I've made a career as a writer, which is a very rational, logical way to think about transmitting information and stories, but I'm also a musician, and I'm very, very sensitive to sound, especially as it relates to our environment, and think it's an equally valid way of knowing and sensing. And so this piece is sort of a meditation on that tension, and increasingly I'm doing work related to this idea of other ways of sensing and knowing.
Awesome, thank you, Julie. I'm going to remain standing because I'm hooked up to a lot of things. One more note about Julia, which is she was living in LA, and I asked her why she moved back, and she said,
The moss.
she missed the moss. It was not a lover, not a job. It was the moss. So we're very lucky to have her back. So Cam Smith is a new media artist and technologist whose immersive installations critically examine surveillance, AI, and the commodification of our personal data. With a background in psychology and linguistics and experience working in the tech industry, their work invites us to think about how digital technologies shape our sense of privacy, power, identity, and autonomy. So, Cam, you wanna?
Yeah, that kind of covers it. My background's in linguistics and psychology. I worked for an evil tech company for a little while. Yeah, my interest is sort of, in my art practice, is the ways that artificial intelligence is used by corporations and governments to surveil, exploit, kill people, and ruin their lives. So I take a pessimistic approach to artificial intelligence, which I think does not get enough play all the time in the media, especially in our current era of extreme AI hype and exaggeration. So yeah, the work I make critiques artificial intelligence. I often use the same tools used by governments and corporations to show how things can go wrong. People can have their data stolen, and yeah, my practice I think sort of leads into like an activist approach, where I think that a lot of these technologies need more criticism, and we shouldn't take these things for granted. So.
And a little bit about the piece in the show?
Oh, and my piece is a sort of a modern update of Nam June Paik's classic TV Buddha. So instead of the Buddha watching television, the Buddha will also watch you as you approach the piece.
Awesome, thanks, Cam. So Diana Z is an artist and a data scientist. She's working at Apple in addition to her art practice. She's blending neuroscience, computational modeling, and immersive design. Her interdisciplinary projects invite mindful presence, from visualizing brain waves as unfolding botanical growth to collective gesture-driven projections. She uses both aesthetic practice, art and aesthetic practice as a medium for introspection and transformation, and she often collaborates with Nicholas, which we'll talk about too. So, Diana?
Thanks so much, Jen. Yeah, I think like a lot of fellow artists, I maybe have a hard time describing what exactly my deal is and how to label myself. I think right now I would call myself an immersive designer, and the broad spectrum of my practice integrates my background in neuroscience, data science, which is still my day job at Apple, as well as just my interest in meditation and being a meditator, daily meditator. I would say that, I have been able to traverse a lot of different backgrounds and don't really come from maybe a traditional art practice or background, and I found that tech has been a really good entryway into my creative expression. And I think one thing that I want to bring to a lot of my practice is just how, like with my day job, I think a lot about how AI impacts the user experience and do a lot of evaluation there, more on the technical side, but it's also opened me up to the emotional impact of it as well. And with the meditation practice, I think it causes me to think about how interactiveness, participatoriness can ground people in the present moment and create very mindful art experiences. Because when I think about the most impactful experiences, it's not just things that wow me visually, but also things that I can interact with directly. And then finally with neuroscience, I feel like it's taught me a lot of the tools and given me ideas for how to blend this practice together. So one of my latest projects is recording people with an EEG while they meditate and planting this garden of each of their individual visualizations in the form of flowers, like you see on the screen up there. But today, the installation that me and Nicholas are doing is another form of participation in the liquid light show that's usually an analog by tradition. So yeah, looking forward to showing you guys that. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. And Nicholas. Nicholas is an artist, creative technologist, and software engineer exploring generative art and human-centered design. He creates live experimental installations and collaborates widely, bridging technical expertise with performance-based interactive art.
Yeah, as Jen said, I'm a software engineer by day. I specifically do a lot of kind of front-end, like website and like app design and implementation. And I feel like I'm also a painter. I'm also abstract painter, and I have a lot of this kind of just like, I'd say just like raw creative force with very little specific direction, which is funny to me because I feel like I started doing so much art because I wanted to kind of break out of the mold of front-end engineer where I had a designer tell me what to do, and now I'm like 3 to 4 years or so into doing touch designer, and now I really desperately want people to tell me what to do. And so I feel like I kind of just came full circle, but it's going really great, and I really enjoy to kind of just experiment and just try to figure out how to really push interactive and performative experience kind of stuff forward and help bring people's visions to life. You know, the thing with the Liquid Light show really was an exploration in this like present and like connected to an analog experience with this tactile nature to it, and it has just only like gone further and further now to what we're presenting today, which is called ephemeral currents, and we're really excited to show it to you. So,
awesome, thanks, Nick. So as I mentioned, we have been doing a lot of hanging out in various spaces around. And this idea of collaborative spaces in studios, I mean, of course, you all know, they're sort of popping up all over the place in different forms. One of the places, the Internet Development Studio, is kind of a mix between a co-working space and an art studio. Of course, Passable is very much a kind of maker space, but very community focused, and there are many, many more. These are vital to sustaining these kinds of interdisciplinary practices. They offer support, as Shelly was mentioning too. Just the idea of knowing you're in community with people propels you forward. And they activate all kinds of opportunities to grow. So my question for the panelists is really, who is your community? I mean, you've been so generous to bring me into your different worlds that you're working on, but not only who is your community, but what strategies have been the most effective for you in building these collaborations that go across disciplines? So maybe we'll start with you, Yuliya. I know I just eyeballed you.
That's fine. Who is my community? I feel like this is a really interesting question. I've been meditating a lot on, especially post-pandemic, because one of the, I guess, pros of the pandemic in a way was discord and finding communities that I maybe wouldn't have connected with otherwise. So I have worked really closely the last 3 years with this studio in London called Liquid City. They're a speculative design studio, and I met them on Discord, like in a panel or something. I don't even really remember. So I would say my community feels a little all over the place. I feel kind of like a lone wolf, where I have like music community in some places, kind of creative technology in other places. But I would say the through line generally for me and what has worked is being passionate about specific topics or stories, and then meeting other people who are equally passionate about specific topics and stories.
Awesome. How about you, Cam?
Yeah, I'll just answer that question by like pointing out, like Shelly's right here from Passable, one of my communities, and I'm also a member of this leftist space called Common Area Maintenance, and we have a huge venue, and I'll answer that question by just inviting people, like if you're interested in talking to me after this panel, chit-chatting, come into the space to either Passable or to Common Area, let me know, and I'll bring you over, because I think this is kind of the community here, and we can all get to know each other. And I think that one of the ways that my art practice is sort of couched in leftist critiques of AI and surveillance technology. And I think that part of the response to like powerful individuals and corporations and groups that want to do bad things to us is to build community among ourselves and get to know each other, hang out, drink tea together, just like share space. So yeah, come and talk to me after this panel and we'll get to know each other.
There'll be a flood of people coming over. No, I love it. Diana, how about you?
I would say, kind of like Yuliya, there's a lot of different communities that I straddle. Maybe the primary one right now is Internet Development Studio. I think the founding members were mostly web designers and UX designers, but it spanned pretty much anyone that would call themselves a creative, whether it's a video game designer or a musician or just traditional paint medium, murals, or people like us, which are tech and art. And what's been pretty amazing about it is I think once you start meeting people through these communities who are also members of other communities, then kind of your network expands. And I find that even just going to art events or, Pioneer Square Art Walk, which is really blown up, you just meet all sorts of people. I think Jen once called me an honorary member of Passable. Me and Nicholas
actually,
did
you
something.
all are.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say it extends out widely.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of familiar faces, and I think that's what happens when you go to a lot of these communities. Yeah, But yeah, I think just the Internet Development Studio is the main one, and we have a lot of events. So let me know if you ever want to stop by. Yeah.
How about you, Nick? Anything to add to that?
Yeah, so I would say, my first, I'd say main community here for creative technology art was definitely from the Seattle Creative Coders. Shout out Sabine, back of the audience. Pillar of the community here. We wouldn't know Jen if it wasn't for that. Just gotta give props where props are due. And I'd say, so I did a few times of doing different installations there, going to the meetup, meeting people, doing things like that. And that's actually where I met Diana. On from there, I met Shelly, and then I joined Passable this year. And Passable has been an awesome place for me to connect and collaborate with people there. And then, as Diana said, we joined this place called Internet Development Studio, which I'd say really, it's also one of these places that's hard to explain. And I feel like that's really really great that it sort of straddles these things, but I think it has this really raw creative force because it really is also kind of like a place where a lot of early stage startups are doing their thing. There's always people there. There's people there doing stuff late. They have barbecues. They're a wonderful community. And when we went, you can see this picture here. This is all, except for the one at the restaurant, we were all there. And I mean, I just rolled up and started putting equipment in the middle of the room. And the founder was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, we're going to set up and do this." He's like, "Cool." And then later on, he was like, "We need more projectors." So I was like, I feel like we're already starting to maybe bridge that gap and maybe be able to do some more creative technology things there. So,
Nicholas, you sort of answered my follow-up question, which was essentially, since you and Diana work in a performative way and in an experimental way with the public in live settings, not always, but often, I was going to say, what are the ways in which these communities you've embedded yourselves with support that growth? But you pretty much answered that question already. So. Yeah, it's really fabulous to hear. So Cam, I have a particular question for you too. Your artwork, along with your writing, I've been reading your zine that you did with Mike Walton, AI Must Die. It challenges viewers' understanding of AI and surveillance, and I thought it would be good if you could describe in a little bit more detail the ways in which your installations sort of deconstruct those technologies and provoke kind of critical and ethical responses or actions from your viewers.
Yeah, so when people, I did like a solo show last year, and one of the best comments I got from someone observing my art was they're like, "Oh, that's interesting, that's kind of cool, but really creepy." And I try to invoke like feelings of anxiety, upsetness. Like I don't want people to leave feeling inspired and happy and like content with the world. I want them to feel like deeply upset, like something is wrong, because I'm interested in art that can make an impact on the world. So there's a lot of really cool and inspiring art, and I love it. I love it too. Like there's great pieces, but I want my body of work to make people like upset. So yeah, I've done a few pieces. I did one installation. I had a bunch of thermal receipt printers scattered about a room. Actually, there's a really cool thermal receipt printer piece back there you guys should check out. And as people wandered around the room, there were some hidden cameras that would take photos of their faces and print them out in real time. And this is sort of like, as we wander around Seattle, there's a huge network of surveillance cameras that are recording us at all times. And the city council recently voted to expand this and to share data with ICE, which is something that I don't think is very good. And we don't have receipts of this. This goes to like the real-time crime center, the sort of poorly documented police organization in the city, and we don't really know what happens with that. So my installation tried to give people like a literal physical receipt of their surveillance, as opposed to these systems we don't audit, we don't control, and are often controlled by people and organizations that don't have the best interest of the community in mind. Or they say they do, but they fail in that goal. So.
Thank you, Cam. I was just going to say, sort of back to that critical digital innovation kind of mindset around the ways in which you're working with that scenario and kind of elucidating or inciting the responses, but through a deep understanding of the data is not something that any artist can do. So that's why it's really interesting to see the sort of depth and breadth of these fluencies come out in the work that you're doing. So Julia, I have a question for you before we start taking some questions. So, Julia, your work spans music, writing. You took us on a deep dive into some of the conversational design and immersive technology projects you're working on when we worked together last time. So, how have those varied experiences shaped the way you tell stories and draw audience into your participatory, interactive worlds that you're building?
I mean, I think my life would certainly be easier if I had like one medium and I channeled everything through it, but alas. Yeah, I think I'm really question-driven more than I'm story-driven. I generally have these like questions or ideas that I'm preoccupied by, and depending on the question and depending on what I think the answer is, like a different medium might apply. So a good example of this is years ago, I was working with these public school teachers in LA to integrate design thinking into their curriculum, so like project-based learning. And anyone who's worked in education knows it's a bureaucratic nightmare. So we weren't getting very far, and I was feeling really frustrated and kind of sad by this, because I really wanted to instill in these children this idea that, you know, the built environment especially is just made up. Like, we've made it up and they have agency as much as anyone else. And so somewhere along the line, I decided, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna write a children's book. And I don't know if anyone's read The Design of Everyday Things by Don Norman. I'm sure we have design fans in here. So I was like, I'm gonna make that into a kid's book. And so I researched, I found 5 different everyday objects, like the windshield wiper, the dishwasher. I chose things from people from marginalized communities because I thought that was important, and made it into a kid's book that's called The Extraordinary, Ordinary Little Big Things. And yeah, and then after that, people are like, oh, are you gonna write kids' books? I was like, nope, just the one, just this one. And then it was used in schools, and so I sort of got to what I wanted by using my skill set and telling it in a way that I felt was best to tell it.
Fantastic, so light-footed and flexible. So now I am going to take my phone and take a picture of you beautiful people, and then I'm going to open it up to questions. And Shelly, how much time do I have for questions? Oh my God, you are fabulous. Look at you all. How many minutes for questions? 5, okay, perfect. So you're gonna have to come to me. Yeah, can you come on down? Are you guys wireless? Oh, here, you take this.
Yeah, great.
And then
Much easier.
Thank you. My name's Professor Pete Ophoven. I'm at Bellevue College, and I teach application development for software development for AI. I see about 300 students come through every year, and most of them are feeling pretty down right now about the outlook out there. I want to applaud your courage for staying true to your art as well as your science, which is awesome. What can I take back to the students to inspire them to stay true to their desire and passion for code in the wake of AI and everything else that's going on, as well as anything else that you would think that I could take back to them, back to Bellevue College? Thank you.
great question, thanks so much.
Yeah, I think I have a great answer to this. I think always to maybe do some computer history kind of with them, because I think that there have been a lot of really big like shifts in computing. Like, you know, we did mainframe computers for 20 years before anybody had something in their home that they could write code on. And people get really discouraged when it feels like the area of computing is constricting. And I'd say stuff with like interactive art and things like that, it's actually like a glimmer of hope to me. And there's other things that's there as well. And I just say, try to remind them that like these kinds of paradigm shifts have happened many times in computing, and that they need to just like, you know, stay true and experiment, and they might find the thing that really like turns the world upside down.
Awesome. Any other comments on
Yeah, I can answer your question very literally. I'll give you a copy of my zine, and you can distribute it to your students. I also love giving talks, and one of the things I think that people feel very uninspired by is, and I did too throughout a lot of my career, is this thought that you're learning all of these really interesting concepts in mathematics and data science and AI, and you're going to be sucked into this vortex of working for a giant corporation. But there's an alternative. Like, you can have hacker ethics. Like, there's like an alternative to like selling your soul to a giant corporation, and you can learn these things and become empowered, build your own tools, make your own communities. Like, there's basically another path. So I think that often when I talk to younger people especially, I try to give them this hope that they can learn these interesting things, and that doesn't just mean a desk job for the rest of their life. Or they can have a desk job and they can have something else on top of that. There's maybe more than just that.
That's great responses. Are there any other questions? Come on down.
Hey, I didn't really plan on speaking, but the two of you guys are like, oh my God. So yeah, like basically, I'll just like say it really quick. Like a couple months ago, I got on like WhatsApp, but by mistake I typed whitehouse.com, and then it like said the announcement. It was like at the midnight, and it was like AI education for youth. Like, we're gonna put in a big initiative, and we're announcing the rules in like 3 months. And then I was like, what the heck? Who's gonna be teaching AI for youth? Microsoft, Walmart, Costco, you know, like whoever's paying attention to this, and it's gonna start in 3 months. So then like 2 days later, I bought AIeducationforyouth.com and a couple variations of it, because I work teaching financial literacy and like immersive education and music and writing music and stuff to help like empower kids. And actually, because I'm trying to think, how can you beat the banks? Teach babies, and then you teach the kids and the parents alongside, and the babysitters and the teachers and everyone involved and the grandparents, and then everyone's also hanging out with the kids. And so it's like, you know, because my dad used to always like watch me watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians, but he would pretend he wasn't. So I'm like, watch this. So anyway, I bought that AIeducationforyouth.com website, and now they are doing this like White House initiative or whatever, and they're like telling people to apply. So I'm applying for it. And anyway, I guess like my advice, like one, I'm like, oh my God, I want to talk to like both of you, but I guess like what advice would you give me? And I just wanted to tell you guys that.
So no question, right? No question? Was there a question? No. Did you,
Guys give me advice or something?
oh.
Are you an educator?
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
cool.
freelance. And I'm learning all this AI stuff, and I'm doing it myself. So it's like,
Yeah, come and talk to us.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. All right, that's a birds of a feather conversation, so make sure you sit together at lunch. Okay, Shelly, do I have a minute, or am I up? Oh, what time is it?
More time for
Really?
bits.
Wow. Oh, for conversation. Okay, so, yeah, come on up, great. Well, I timed myself. I must have whipped through all my...
So Cam, you talked about creating discomfort. I think that's interesting. I like to try and create optimism, but of your body of work, what have you created that you saw elicit the most discomfort, and why do you think it did so?
Yeah, the one I sort of mentioned before about my thermal printers, people were uncomfortable, and some of them weren't happy that they were being printed out and recorded, and some also thought that it was violating their consent to be printed out, which it kind of is. Like, that's sort of what I'm playing with there, is like, I want people to not be happy. And this kind of realization came to me. I was with an acquaintance of mine who was doing street photography, and we were walking around town. I think in Capitol Hill, he took a photo of somebody really close to their face, and the person, justifiably so, was upset and started yelling at my friend, and we kind of ran away. But what I realized was there was a camera pointing down the whole time, looking at everything happening, and my friend will do nothing with that photo. He's an amateur photographer. It'll sit on his drive near his computer until he eventually loses it. Whereas that camera up there, we don't know what was happening with it, and that was sort of my realization that, this goes deeper. There's something to be said about this, and yeah, the thermal printers, people feel uncomfortable. So.
Yeah, Carrie was in on the first workshop.
Hi everybody. Hey guys, this is so great. You're all very awesome, and I'm sorry, I've got another thing for Cam, but if any of you want to speak to this, I would love to hear. I'm actually a little bit obsessed with the audio surveillance, and I was laughing because one of my friends was one of those people who wouldn't get the COVID vaccine because she thought that nanotech was going to be tracking her, but she has a cell phone that she has all the time. And I was like, they don't need to inject your blood to get information about you. Information about you is being recorded all the time. So I'm just curious, are you working on, or have you worked on anything with like audio scraping?
Yeah, I'm actually working on quite a large project right now about audio surveillance. I previously worked on a piece where police and fire radio in Seattle is partly unencrypted, so you can scrape that data, you can interpret it in various ways, and you can try to understand what the police are talking about. So I made a little exhibit of that last year. But actually, Kate Bailey, she has a piece around the corner. She did an amazing piece. I think it's from 2023. She took a balloon with a voice recorder hanging from it and a thermal printer that prints out what people are saying. So kind of like this surveillance machine going around. So that's an amazing piece as well. But yeah, I have a few audio pieces coming up as well. And yeah, I think one of the things I realized recently was I have a studio, I'm at Passable, common area, base camp, I'm all over the city, and I was like, oh, I can just leave my cell phone at these places and not worry about carrying my phone with me. I don't have to have my tracking device on me at all times. But a lot of the apps, even Signal, doesn't allow for multiple accounts across devices usually, like not at least on cell phones, so you sort of can't, it's quite hard to have access to this technology and also like not have it following you around at all times. So this is something to think about if you're trying to do a startup or trying to work on the Signal Foundation. So, yeah.
Awesome. I'm gonna actually, Julia, yeah? I'm gonna bring the question over into you, maybe not so much about scraping data, but I really liked what you said about sensitivity to audio and environmental sound. And I guess I'm curious, like, have you noticed any trends in the way that people maybe are being manipulated by sound, or are there like soundscapes that we don't notice that are like setting the tone for our lives?
Yeah, I could go down a really large rabbit hole with that because there's so many spectrums and frequencies that we don't hear, but also just on a really like practical level, COVID gave us an interesting opportunity to have a decrease in more mechanistic sounds. Like suddenly birds were calling again and it was really beautiful, and then but we went back, so it's fine. And now we have cars again. But there have been really interesting studies. I mean, I'm particularly sensitive to sound, and I think we all are. It's just varying degrees of awareness of that for a variety of reasons, could be neurological or whatnot. But there have been really interesting studies that have been done, for example, that showed kids that live near airports have lower test scores. So there's like a bunch of these different kind of studies that you can look at that just sort of like proves that certain types of noise are really bad for us. And then there's a whole parallel conversation about, or a separate conversation about the difference between organic noise and mechanistic noise and why certain things are more harmful than others.
Thank you.
Hey, so I have a question to ask to everybody. It's really, really cool to hear all the stuff about community. And you guys have kind of talked a little bit about that. But I'm curious for each of you, what's like an artist or some sort of inspirational figure for your work that you're working alongside historically, and what's like an inspirational, what is your work in dialogue with that's kind of like going on now outside, either here in Seattle or in other parts of the world?
So specifically the question is like members of the community that we find in like inspiring collaborators?
Either in the community or someone that you're getting inspiration from, like historically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, we did the 10th year of, I was my first one, but it was the 10th year of Electric Sky. I really do have to shout out Shelly. I think Shelly is amazing and such a hard worker, and really trying to like make sure that this stuff happens. And I really think that there's a lot of fun in actually doing the installations and seeing the inspiring work, but there's also the people like behind the scenes that are also like really like working really hard to keep this stuff all going and and dragging people to Skycomish 10 years straight, and that's such a huge achievement. And I'd say as well that actually I saw an installation that really made me think like I hadn't in quite a while, which was this crosswalk installation that apparently has been in Seattle for around 8 years. I had never seen it. I saw it at Luminata the other night, and I was so blown away. It was so cool, and you could really tell that everybody who engaged with it was so like everybody got it. Once they understood the rules, it would do something like you'd hit the button on the sign, and then it would do something like the moonwalk light is on, and then everybody would moonwalk across the street of like the bike path at Luminata, or it would show up like Japanese characters and stuff like that. And if people kept hitting the buttons, it would be like wait, like just like real crosswalks. And that really was like, there's this term in my mind of this idea of performative installation, which I would really say our installation today also embodies, and it is so inspiring to me, that like push forward of the medium. Like I hear interactive installation, I hear immersive experience, I hear those terminologies, but it's that next, I feel like that performative experience and the people who really try to create that. You know, I even think to a degree, Cam's installation today gives me a little bit of that vibe of performative experience, because when I walk over the Buddha's shoulder and I look at it, it makes me want to make faces and like have fun, and it causes me to perform. And so I'd say my inspirations are definitely like community leaders like Shelly, and also just people that I see who kind of get it and understand how to like make these experiences like transcend to that performance.
Yeah, I'd also add to that by saying I think as part of this performative aspect, a big part of what I get a lot of inspiration from is just getting audience feedback. And maybe that's one of the advantages of leveraging technology in the art, is that it's not necessarily a static painting that you hang on the wall and it's there, and it's maybe a little bit harder to iterate on. But you know, from the very beginning when we started experimenting with our liquid light show just in a living room, and then having one of our artist friends over to look at it and give feedback, and then Electric Sky, and now here, every single time we've shown it, it has changed in some sort of way. And I think that's a really big part of how our practice has developed, especially with these kinds of participatory installations, and getting feedback on whether or not the message you actually want to send is resonating with the audience as well. For me, I think as someone who's really interested in immersive design, actually like a non-digital inspiration that I have is James Turrell. I think going to his skyscapes really gave me a sense for how with such minimalism you could really impart an incredibly mindful experience. For maybe those of you who don't know, the Skyscape series is basically you're in this quiet chamber that's very, it has like usually a monotone color in the walls, and it's like a dome, and there's a hole carved out in the ceiling, and you just simply look up in the sky. And it sounds really simple, but I think it actually integrates a lot of elements of immersive design. And it's also incredibly open-ended too, which I think is one of the interesting parts of this type of practice as well, is you might have an original intention, or maybe you have an amorphous bag of intentions, and it grows as people participate in it as well, and everyone gets something a little bit different from it.
Thanks, Dana. I'm just going to have Julia respond a little bit, and I'm going to, so Julia worked for Rafiq's studio for a while, and I think it would be really interesting to hear to the point of being in a space, being influenced, and how maybe working in that studio at all, or what that was like. No? or maybe even seeing work at that scale, or something about that experience being, you know, influencing and for better or for worse.
Do you want Cam to answer the influences question? Or should we? Okay.
Well, that's, yeah, you can answer the influence question.
Do we want Cam to answer the? Okay. Okay, wait. Sorry, I was like priming to answer influences, and then I had that experience when someone asks you like, what's your favorite movie, and you've forgotten all the movies you've ever watched, and you're like, I don't know if I like movies. Okay, Rafiq. Yeah, I worked for Rafiq Anadol, who's now become like quite a big artist, and that experience was very formative in a lot of ways. I think sort of related to Cam, it made me quite critical of AI in a way that I think is really important, especially because I think it can be easy to, have this like omnipotent, magical thinking related to AI that's really deeply problematic. So I feel like that's like my biggest takeaway in some ways. But it was also wonderful to work with people from a lot of different disciplines who are so good at what they do. I really love being in those kinds of environments and communicating across domains and sort of seeing the gaps where we're saying the same thing, but we're saying it in a different way. And I think that's really, really beautiful. And yeah, there's so much that you can make when you have people equally invested in projects. Oh, now back to like I said, I was like, who do I know? I had three really random ones. One was Donald Glover. I really love subversive storytelling and how he crosses all these different domains. The second was Imogen Heap, her technology and the way that she's expanded how we think about music. And then the last one was Hilma af Klint, for the reason that I just adore her process and love that she never showed a piece of art. Like there's something about the ethos of that I'm really drawn to, that it was about this like individual and universal relationship more than it was about an audience.
Yeah, I definitely, I like art and I read books and stuff and I have inspiration, but I feel like more on a day-to-day basis, I'm inspired by the people around me who I work with. I love working with sort of like very passionate subject matter experts, academics, educators, activists, those kinds of people. The guy I wrote my zine with, which if you're nice to me, you might get a copy of today. He is a really interesting guy from academia. Him and his boyfriend were like living on a farm in Centralia. There's like chickens running around. There's like an activation function for a neural network written on the whiteboard. And totally passionate, expert in his field, knows all about AI, was working on AI governance for the Census Bureau for a little while. And yeah, amazing person to work with, very inspiring, just such a good artistic collaboration to produce this zine. So yeah, it's the people around me I work with on a day-to-day basis that I get inspired by and like excited, and we do stuff. So
I lost the roving mic. If anybody has any more. Okay, you got a question, Jeff?
Thanks for holding it down, Jeff.
I'm supposed to tell you that we need to ask questions from here.
Yes, yeah, that's perfect. Well, I might put you on the spot, Jeff, because one of the things that we also wanted to cover, if there was time, has to do with education, really, and the ways in which this community in particular is positioned for a kind of knowledge sharing. And I know, you are teaching these students, you are seeing sort of them launch and the needs that they have as they embark in this territory. Do you have any thoughts about like how this community, in all the ways that it's popping up here in the Northwest, Seattle and beyond, it could be kind of in more dialogue, speaking of being in more dialogue with the community itself. So from the inside of the ivory tower to the outside, and creating more permeable walls around that learning and sharing, because it's going at such a velocity that it's hard for teachers even to be keeping up with it. So I didn't know if you had any thoughts on that, given your perspective as a practitioner and an educator.
Well, I'm glad to say that a couple of students are here of mine. So this is a great example of a way to bring all these wonderful speakers here to the students. One of the reasons why I wanted to have this symposium here at Cornish was to give students the opportunity to hear what people are doing and to hear the voices out there and understand that there's a lot of different approaches to things. All this technology, there's different ways of approaching it, and there's different attitudes and different, different ways to approach it. So it is hard to sort of bring professionals into academia because they're busy, people are busy, and we all understand that. I'm always asking people, and I will be asking you here in the audience, to come and maybe talk to the students. We bring professionals in to help students with their BFA projects. And so there's different ways we can do that. And it doesn't take much of your time. Now I'm making a pitch. So,
No, that's
it doesn't take much of your time. You can do it over Zoom. A lot of times we bring professionals in over Zoom, and so that's done as well. So it's really important for students to hear what professionals are doing in the different capacities and understand that professionals also are grappling with change as well. We're all grappling with how things are changing, right?
Yeah.
So to hear that is comforting for students because they understand they're not the only ones, right? We all are.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. I'm just going to piggyback on that a little bit because, I'm going to also toss the mic to Anna too to comment on this because being at the helm of UW's graduate program and also I'm a mentor at the GIX, the Global Innovation Exchange, their Masters in Science and Technology and Innovation. And I really think there are opportunities for all of us to sort of serve as connective tissue. You know, the idea that I get these, why they're, you know, these are engineers, designers, business people that get put together in a program that is very interdisciplinary to its core, much like all the programs at Carnegie Mellon. There's a computational design program at Carnegie Mellon. And they need access to the outside and capstone projects and programs that create that that traffic back and forth between industry and the academy is where a lot of regular people can contribute, they can support teams, they can be a mentor. And I really think that that is something that isn't spoken about quite as much as it should be. So Anna, do you want to speak to that because you've been in both of those programs?
Oh, back here, you need to come back here, I guess. It's interference with you.
Wow, thank you so much, Jeff, for your incredible leadership and all the work that you're doing with your students and the community. And I just want to give it up one more time for Jen Tremblay. What a leader. What a leader. 100%. And so I'm using, I just want to center leadership right now because we all talk about design leadership, right? Or we talk about creative leadership. And I think right now the word is just leadership, right? We're all leaders. And we are in this inflection point, this churn, this turmoil between old institutional frameworks and what the computational invitation is, which is to really release and go out into the universe again and think about and engage as, if you will, free radicals. Right, so on the one hand, you have an academic framework or an industrial framework that's very top-down, right? That's just sort of the historic organizational frame. And that worked very well in the Industrial Revolution. And, you know, we know institutions don't disrupt themselves. They are always disrupted from the outside. And now with computation, right, and this massive increase in computational power over the last 40 years, we have new systems and organizational frames that are much more distributed. The other thing that we're looking at is a huge shift in longevity. When academic infrastructures were first created in, 800, people's lives were quite short. Our lives have gotten longer and longer and longer, and today most undergraduates who come into our program are going to live into 105. Almost everybody in this room is going to have a 50-year career, if you will. And so even the notion of what is a career is in question. Really, it's like, how are we engaging? How are we putting our lives together? The idea of a career now becomes a question and perhaps even a piece of art investigation, how we inhabit our time. So, and even things like, you know, when I was a teenager, I remember the very first massive layoffs happening, right? Where AT&T and started shedding 20,000 people and 30,000 people, and this idea that you could be in one place and have a career for 30 years and have a gold watch and a pension, that started to crack, such that now we find ourselves in a world where people have what I call a tour of duty. Right? Maybe you have a tour of duty, a few years with this practitioner, this organization. I'm going to found my own thing. I'm going to step away. I'm going to step back. So all of this is to say, when we talk about capstone projects and we talk about the permeability of the academy, it is, as somebody, former director of MHCID, now stepping into my role as head of school at CMU School of Design, it takes an enormous amount of work, and I know you're going to back me up on this, to thread, and Jen, all of your work, I'm just in awe, to create that interstitial tissue, the phone calls, the emails, the outreach, the finding magnificent people and bringing them in, and connecting our students. And what I've learned is that we need to have deeply intergenerational spaces where we are co-learning together, understanding that learning and leadership are effectively synonymous. And so that's, to me, the invitation of the future, is that we disintegrate the barriers as much as possible and create spaces of enormous flow and transition, almost thinking that the university should become the public square. Right? And so those are just some thoughts, but this room is an incredible pedagogical space, and all of the places and spaces you all occupy become that as well, and in so many ways become more the modern vision of what learning and academy can be in the future.
Thank you so much, Anna. And I'm so glad you framed it that way, because we're going to end on a really wonderful note around longitude. I put that in the description, and then I'm like, oh, that's such a geeky word. I love it so much. Because Shelly was saying, maybe use a different word like sustainable or something. But longitude and intergenerational, the power of creating conduits and lacing through, emerging artists, the wisdom, and everything in between. I think formats like this, platforms that Third Place and many other organizations are creating for people, that's where that can happen. It's not exclusive. These are very, very inclusive spaces, and we're hoping with the Birds of a Feather luncheon, these kind of conversations can continue with really tangible outcomes, whether it's, hitting up Nicholas for inclusion in his next Touch Designer workshop, or something along those lines. This is the place to make those things happen. So I want to thank my incredible panelists who, better or worse, they're stuck with me for a long time. Yeah. It's totally inspirational. Thanks, Shelly.
Thank you so much, Genevieve and panelists. That was fantastic. So now we're going to break up into lunch shortly, but we're going to get a little moment from Yuliya and Anna, who are organizing. From Future Arts, we're going to hear from Yuliya twice. One is right now, explaining our lunch activity. But also, she's wrapping up the symposium, talking about the future of technology in our community. So Yuliya, do you want to come up now and introduce our lunch activity? So we didn't want to have to get 150 chairs, so it might be slightly chaotic, but what we're going to do, once she's done explaining our lunch activity, these chairs go over there and we have lunch together. So I'm going to ask you to participate and help us rearrange for lunch and then rearrange back once we start the next session. Okay. And thanks again, you guys. That was awesome.
Is it just mirrored?
No, it'll extend. So, as soon as we see a signal, usually flashes black. Go ahead and flip it. For purposes of making this fast, we are going to just mirror it. You have notes.
Maybe nice to see the next slide. Is it because the battery's low?
Oh, yeah, you're about to die.
Do we need a charger? Do you have a charger here?
I don't have a charger. I'll bring mine.
I thought there was one here. So once they have it, download everything, they should go and sit over there. They should match me, and then they should take their chairs.
No, don't take the chairs, because everybody needs to walk. So everybody walks there, and then take the chairs, and we don't switch from that one to because people need to be able to move around between the different rounds.
Yeah.
And FALana takes like 5 minutes right now to match the first one. But so we need that. I'm gonna.
Everyone, real quick, for the networking session, we're going to be using WhatsApp in order to connect each other. So if you don't have WhatsApp, please download it now so that you can participate. We have a QR code shortly if you need that, but whatsapp.com.
Computer's really fighting me. Do you have any other stuff running? A lot of other stuff.
Yeah, here, let's just close everything. Here, let's just do. That's probably killing it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all these tabs.
I know, I have a lot of tabs.
It's not the display adapter, it's the fact that we have too many tabs open in our browser. It's speeding up all the time. So where was the...
I could just close Chrome and then reopen the Pryde.
Where's the...
All right. What am I caught?
Just ran a little bit.
All right, we're getting set up. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Gotta love technology. All right. So for those of you who don't have WhatsApp, this is a good moment to download it if you're willing to participate in this activity. So really quick, my name is Yuliya Bruk. I'm the founder and executive director of Future Arts. We're a local women-led nonprofit that bridges art, technology, and community. We create platforms and pathways that connect people, much like this FALana networking AI bot. One thing is we don't keep any of your information. We've been building it with a AI for Good organization. So we'll get into it shortly. I'll let Anna introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna Czoski, co-founder of Future Arts. And I'm on the techie side of things. So I'll be the woman behind the curtain for most of the part.
Yeah, so nice to see everybody. Great familiar faces, new faces. Come say hi. We've got some fun things in the back. We make a lot of ways that artists can connect through community and through different ways of exhibiting artworks. Like we have an AR walking gallery t-shirt back there that you'll see, and you'll hear from us later. But one thing about our tool FALana is we've been using it to connect folks and get to know each other on a deeper level, and we're really trying to aggregate and lean into things like AI because it's here to stay, and there's no other way than putting artists at the forefront of it to ask those questions, to create those conversations, to experiment and see what feels good, what doesn't feel good, and then have discourse like we're doing here. So a little bit about our partner, GOOEY.AI. Is Steve here? I don't know if Steve made it, but you may have seen Archana, who's the CEO. She's currently in London and goes between London and Bangalore and Seattle. We're really lucky to have her here. GOOEY.AI is a platform that really looks at how can we use AI to support communities. So one of my favorite examples is they created these farm bots for remote villages in India to save a lot of the farming practices. And so their AI agents actually are ways to grow the crops better in a more natural, organic way. They're really, really great. So we've been partnering with them to create tools like FALana. And then for those of you who don't know Future Arts, we've been around for about 4.5 years. We have actually done work here with Cornish before. This is a little small version of a mural we had that was 40 foot long around the corner. I see some alum from that project here. And definitely, we have some things coming up. We have monthly salons, we've got large-scale public installations, and our big program we've been working on is putting an artist as a job in tech for all of the companies in Seattle. That's our big dream, is to have an artist working in technology as something that's normal, something that's dignified, and something that ultimately closes the wage gap. That's our big mission, is we have the largest wage gap between artists and technology occupations in Seattle, which is was shocking to us when we first were building Future Arts and looking at creative economy surveys, and seeing that data point was really unsettling. So we're trying to create a different kind of ecosystem where we're putting the artist at the table with software engineers, with scientists, like Shelly was saying, like working as a dignified role full-time at these tech companies that Seattle is so well known for, to put us on the map as a art and technology hub, not just a technology hub. So that's a little bit about us. So now we hope that this tool helps you get to know each other a little bit better. We're gonna tell you a little about how it works. It's pretty simple. We have done it multiple times before. This is Archana and Sharon presenting it at an event earlier this year. So once you download WhatsApp, you're going to text hi to a number, and it's going to ask you just a series of a couple of questions about who you are, what you do, what resources you have, and what resources you might want to have. And then we're going to do some AI magic, and it's going to match us together and give us some prompts for conversation. And we're going to have 2 10-minute sessions to talk to your group of 3. So very simple. And then also we've got some color coding areas on the left so you can more quickly find your group. There's going to be some colors and shapes on your phone. That's how you find your group. Yeah, so it's been really awesome to see the deeper connections that this instigates, and it also will send your email over so you can make sure to stay in touch and be like, oh, that cool person I spoke to, let's collab. I forgot to ask their email, you have it right then and there. So, yeah. Do we want to go through this right now? You want to talk through this part?
Sure. So, once you download WhatsApp, like Yuliya said, she'll ask you a few questions, your name, email, 3 questions. Don't think too hard, just a sentence or 2. And then that has never happened before. It's always worked before, of course. But if you want to play part 2, then FALana, the AI backend, not yet. The AI backend will match you with other folks' complementary interests and matching resources. And then, like Yuliya said, you'll hold up an image that your other matches have as well. And so because we have so many people, we're gonna first gravitate towards your color and then find the shape. It'll make sense once they see it. So yeah, we can just dig into it. So if you wanna show the QR code. So if you scan this, that will link you to the specific WhatsApp inbox. Is it big enough? Am I in the way? Okay. Yeah. All right, sorry. Eek. Okay. If you have done this before, if you have talked to FALana before, please also scan this QR code to make sure we're in the right inbox. And if you have a conversation history, type reset and then hi.
Sorry. I don't know how to
play. Oh, does it just? Well, we'll set a timer for that on our own. If you have any problems, raise your hand and me or Yuliya can help you. Okay, yeah. Bump the contrast. Okay. Is there a way we can boost the contrast on the monitor? That was a request. I'm not sure how to do that. No. Okay. That's not an option. I will make it bigger. Oh, can we turn off the lights? Zoom in with your phone. You can, yeah. You can also text message 425-490-7992. I'm going to write that on the slide.
Can we get some thinking music back there? If we can, that would be great. Thank you so much. All right, we'll give you all a couple more minutes. Okay, if you do finish, just pause. Once you're done, just put your phone down so we know that you're done. All right, we're almost there. 2 more minutes. All right, let's start gathering back. right, everyone, if you could come back to the main area with the chairs. We got 1 minute till match. Chat, and you will get to in a minute. Well, I want to make sure. Okay.
So last call for matches.
Okay, last call. Submit your questions. We're about to run our match.
All right, everyone, can we get back in here just for 1 minute? We just need your attention for 1 minute, please, to continue our fabulous matchmaking experience. 1 minute of your attention. Just a little yelling.
Yeah, a couple, 3 more minutes. Yeah, now we have to run it.
So now you need to buy time for me to run the match.
Okay, what's up?
So now you need to buy time while I run the match. It's fine.
Can we
Talk more about this.
Can we get the slideshow back, please? All right, so AI is currently matching everybody, so give it a second. You can continue chatting for another minute while FALana does her magic. Hello, hello. Go over there. Okay, so. Okay, everyone, the match is ready. So I know you're ready in groups, but hello. Hey. I don't want to break up your chats, but this is your moment to meet someone new. If you text match me on your phone, you can go and find your groups. So take a moment and press type match me in your WhatsApp, and then hold up your visual icon and go to your color-coded areas to find your match. All right, everyone. Okay, everyone has to participate.
I want to encourage folks in the hallway, if you're going to keep talking, maybe go outside so we can really get some attention or focus up front here. Because we really want this to be a good experience for our speakers. So, so Rapid Talks, our chair for the Rapid Talk session is Jacob Fennell, who's on our organizing committee. He's an artist and creative technologist, as I mentioned earlier. And the goal here is to really give you just brief highlights of cool stuff.
Thanks, Shelly. Can we get the video switched to the presentation? Fantastic. Hi, so I'm Jacob Fennell, or Jake Fennell. And I am not going to say too much about myself other than I'm an artist and work with technology. I really want to put the focus on our speakers today because I stuffed the session full. I thought maybe one or two might drop out, and that didn't happen. So we are just going to go for it. The format is effectively 400 seconds. Is also like the Pachakacha style is one of the options that I gave the speakers. And our lineup is 12, and they get 6 minutes, 40 seconds each. So there's about 1 minute between for handing off, switching over, making sure the presentation is in the correct order. I made little gifts, little awards for our speakers. I'm going to have to run away and grab them so I can hand them out at the end. But these are like printed circuit board material that is carved using a milling machine as a token of thank you to our speakers. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Bailey Ambrose to the stage. Bailey Ambrose is a Seattle artist who specializes in mechatronic and robotic art. He graduated from the University of Washington with a degree in mechanical engineering and a minor in DX arts. Thank you for showing up, Bailey. Here's your clicker. There's the button. I'm going to start a timer.
Oh boy, okay. Rapid, okay. I'm going to be talking about teaching robot dogs to walk themselves. So for some context, I built the robot dog that's in the other room there during my artist residency at Town Hall Seattle. And basically, this robot is a performer. So my residency ended in this performance where the robot came out of a box and went around the stage and looked into the audience. It's kind of a creepy experience, but that was all choreographed. But the goal was to actually have it walking, but that yielded some mixed results here. You can see this is this is me doing motion replication, which is I basically choreograph what it looks like to walk. So this motor goes to this place and then to this place, and then you can see it falls over because it doesn't have any concept of balance. So now we have AI, machine learning, and this is amazing for robotics because rather than having to hard code an understanding of its own body, you have it learn about its body in a simulated world. So I've spent a lot of time learning this new software called Isaac Sim by NVIDIA. And it's basically used for simulating robots in virtual environments and in turn training their neural networks. So the first step is you have to have a model of your robot. So I already made a technical model in order to manufacture every part of the robot. So there's a lot of 3D printed parts and metal parts, but this is a very high fidelity model, and in a simulation you don't need it to be that high fidelity, so I have to simplify it, so I made that model. But then now we get to the machine learning aspect, which everybody has their own understanding. It's a complicated topic, but it's gone to a point where it's very back end. The neural network aspect of it is behind the scenes, and what we're working with is a couple of these main components that are all on the front end. So what this looks like for this project is the neural network takes inputs from what the simulated robot thinks it's doing. So how are the joints feeling the force? At what speed is the robot going? And then it goes into the neural network. A bunch of calculations happen. It outputs joint positions, so where should each of the joints go? It then puts it into the physics simulation of the robot. And then it reevaluates, makes new observations, and then it asks the question, how well am I walking at this given moment? So that's the hard part, is telling it how to know how is it walking is actually a very hard question. But the easiest way to answer that is, am I going closer to my target off in the distance? So when I start training them, this is kind of what happens. It quickly learns that the best way to get closer to its target is to fall forward. It doesn't take a lot of coordination. But once it falls forward, it realizes it can't go any further for obvious reasons. So then after learning a bit more, it comes to this solution. It decides to purposefully fall on its side and then kind of scooch itself along. And this is a good example of a neural network finding a solution to the issue that you gave it, but it's not the actual solution that I'm looking for. So then I implement a new penalty. I say, if you touch your shoulders to the ground, you die. You have to restart. You get penalized for that. Don't let that happen. Then we get issues like this, which basically it's throwing itself forward, and it's doing what I asked. It's staying upright. They aren't really tipping over that much, but they're very uncontrolled. I cannot have my robot actually doing this. So then I implemented a new goal, or actually a couple to make this happen. One, I gave it a reward if it was facing forward. And two, I gave it a penalty if it was going over its speed limit, which I set to about like a foot per second. So this is the current state. It's not great, but it's better. It kind of walks back, but it's trying to learn to do steps, but it's hard to set those goals in a way that makes it fully understand what walking means to us, because it likes to find other solutions. But moving over to the, whoa, that looks bad. Moving over to the hardware of this robot, I added new sensors to all the actuators, so it knows exactly where each actuator is. And that's very important for going into the neural network, so it matches up with what it was expecting from the simulation. I also added an accelerometer and a gyroscope to the robot. And again, this gives it further information about its orientation and stuff that the neural network will need in order to output the joint positions. So this is what it's going to look like. Once I have the neural network that I'm satisfied with and ready to put into the robot, that's set in stone. No more rewards, no more penalties. It's going to output the joint positions, goes into the robot controller, and then it takes those sensor inputs. That's kind of the current state. If anybody knows about neural networks in 3D simulated environments, let me know. But I also just want to hear your ideas if you have any ideas on how to prioritize or penalize or reward what walking means to a robot. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey.
That was exactly 6 minutes, 40 seconds.
All right, we have another speaker, Jeff Davis is an electrical engineer by profession and allergic to free time by nature. He dabbles in artistic endeavors, but his passion is audio. Please welcome Jeff Davis.
I'm Jeff, professional electrical engineer, occasional artist, and overtime audio enthusiast. Today I want to talk to you about fitting function inside form. In art and tech, that is approaching your technology designs with an aesthetic and ergonomic approach first, and then cramming as much functionality into that after the fact once you have your aesthetic design. Today we're going to investigate this through the lens of building and tuning speakers. So the audio world covers a full spectrum from soundbars and smartphone speakers trying to be literally invisible to WAF-defying monstrosities like the Sonotube subwoofer and the Kleinhorn and everything in between. But the most boring, most insidious, in a DIY circles, the most common audio device that you'll encounter is the rectangular wooden box. Which brings me to the alternate title for this talk. And if you've ever posted anything on the DIY audio forum or subreddit, I say this with love. Please, I'm begging you, anything but a rectangular wooden box. So step one, ideate. Come up with a design that you think will be visually interesting, aesthetically pleasing. Next, you're going to do some research. You're going to encounter some strange vocabulary. The audio world is full of misinformation and pseudoscience, and so for this reason and so many others that Cam's going to get into, you want to avoid using AI. Books written before 2022 are going to be your best resource. If all else fails, fall back on the tried and true method of saying something false on the internet and letting somebody else correct you. Next, you're going to want to do some window shopping. Look for speaker drivers, full kits, figure out what kind of fasteners and connectors and amplifiers do you want Bluetooth, level set for your project. Figure out how ambitious you want your build to be and how much you want to spend. When starting out, I recommend the modified KISS principle. Keep it stupid simple. You're not stupid, you're smart, but if you keep your design simple, you're going to have a lot easier time, you're going to have access to better tools. A single full range driver in a sealed or ported box is going to be much easier to design. The next step isn't as intimidating as it may sound. You want to figure out the total volume of your design, the parameters from the driver from like the Parts Express product page, plug that into a tool like WinISD or HornResp, tune your model a little bit, do some tweaks, figure out how much more volume you can squeeze out of it to extend bass response, try and avoid sharp resonances, stuff like that. Some rules of thumb for speaker design. These are things that may make a measurable difference, but won't make a practical difference most of the time. Construction materials don't matter as long as your speaker is strong and stiff enough to support its own weight. The driver and the air volumes are the thing that are going to define the response. Air volume shape doesn't matter. You want to avoid particularly narrow like air chambers or particularly narrow ports. Avoid particularly long things. But for the most part, the like overall shape is not as important as the volume in like liters or cubic feet. Next, power and impedance don't matter. Power ratings for audio devices are mostly made up for marketing purposes. It takes a 10x difference in power to achieve a 2x difference in volume output. Impedance does matter, but only for crossover design, so that will solve itself. If you want your speakers to be loud, look for a high sensitivity rating on your drivers. Build your speaker once you have everything together, and then build it again. You could build a mono Bluetooth, boombox type style, but the only thing worse than having to build two speakers is Bluetooth. So stereo is the superior format. Always shoot for stereo. This next step is a little bit of a personal crusade of mine. Measure your speakers. If you allow me a self-plug for a moment, I made a tool called Chirp Lab that you can use to measure your speakers. And if you're electrically minded, OpenRefMic is a design for a high-quality, affordable measurement microphone. The more mainstream choice, Room EQ Wizard, is the de facto standard for the DIY space. There's plenty of resources online and guides how to do this stuff. There's a ton of options for affordable, reasonable performing measurement microphones. Once you have your measurement, this is the part where you take your suboptimal aesthetic design and make your speakers sing. So the goal, like a landlord painting over a light switch, you want to smooth out the on-axis frequency response. First, start by ignoring the little ripples in the response. They're not going to be audible for the most part. Next, you want to correct for any particularly sharp peaks or notches. Then correct for the wider peaks and notches. You usually want to EQ in a downward direction for signal processing reasons that we don't have time for. If you want to get fancy, you can do something like a Linkwitz transform to extend the effective bass response of your speakers. And then the tool that I recommend for actually calculating your EQs is Excel. Mini DSP has a bunch of really great resources on this. The formulas that everybody uses are the same. It's like open published in the early 90s. So yeah, Mini DSP has a great spreadsheet that you can plug all of this stuff into and calculate and get your coefficients. I made a slightly improved version of that, which has a few more tools included. Once you have your EQ figured out, there's a bunch of different ways that you can actually apply it. Equalizer APO is a program that runs on Windows. You can just plug your EQ directly into that and play that out of your computer speakers. Mini DSP sells boxes that you can load your EQ curve onto. If you're feeling brave, there's a whole bunch of DSP amplifiers from all sources, AliExpress, wherever. You can jump into Sigma Studio and get really fancy with that, but the same EQ curves can be plugged into that. And particularly for this audience, if you want to do like interesting lights and buttons and switches and electronic interactive stuff, the Teensy range of Arduino compatible microcontroller boards has a really fantastic audio design library included. So then, once you have everything together, enjoy your speakers. Here are some designs that I found fun and interesting looking. Please share yours with me.
That was awesome. Thank you, Jeff. So, actually, I want to do a color profile check because this looks a little odd. So, yeah, it looks. So, I think sRGB. Slides and see if that's incorrect. Color profile decimator. Let's see. This is the screen. Right. It looks exactly the same as the projector. Yeah. So not really. It's really quite dark. I don't think it's anything past here. Okay. Try this. Yes, absolutely. It's set on built-in display at the moment, so that's obviously. just burning some time for technical difficulties. I think we're going to have to just, what's that? No, the color that's going through looks terrible. Laptop, this is fine. Do you think it would be good for me to restart the laptop?
We could try, but I'm not sure that's going to change it. It's something going on in the settings here. What if we were to try doing this trick?
We just have to barrel ahead.
We're going to power through. I think the color is going to be a little odd, but we'll work with this. So our next speaker, Jose Contreras, technical artist turned XR creative technologist, over a decade of experience in big tech, AAA, and innovative studios. Currently, Jose is working at Meta as an XR prototyper. Please welcome Jose.
Cool. Okay. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Woo! Having fun? Cool. So, is it still auto advancing? I might have to like push it back. Does that work? Can I pull it? All right. Cool. So AI, VR, and creative frontiers. That's the title. A little bit about myself before I get going. I like to do a lot of XR things. I've been in VR for a decent amount of time, making games, making movies since I was a kid and stuff like that. Right now, as a prototyper, I'm always thinking about the future. Like, how are we going to interact when a lot of us have these new devices that are coming out? Whether we think it's a good idea or not, there's a lot of cool stuff coming out. So I got to go to SIGGRAPH with the team to show a prototype. That was pretty cool. I'll talk about it at the end. I should have put it right here. But basically, my experience at SIGGRAPH was looking for what's coming next, like these new forms of interactions. And I'm just going to go through a bunch and chat about them, and I have more info afterward if you guys want to know. It's not like stuff I'm super expert about because there's like all these sorts of experiences. But anyway, so 4D volumetric capture for filmmaking. This was really cool. Infinite Studio is making these, with a camera or two, you can make these 4D splats that you can imagine like a movie where you could just change the angle or see an experience. Oh, look, that's super dark. see an experience where you can walk around in it, right? I think that's going to change a lot. They were really cool. This one you can't see, but they're combining a forest, like a Gaussian splat forest, combined with these fish swimming around. Really beautiful stuff. Look at that, all that dark stuff. But thanks, thanks for the event. It's nice. So same thing, brushes, making Gaussian splat brushes where you can just paint. In this case, like those yellow things next to the yellow thing is rocks, and they're just kind of painting them. They can like fill in gaps with generative fill Gaussian splatting, so that was really cool. This one was really cool because it was a specific use case that was specifically for AR. They're checking wind flows and using AI to calculate the wind flows, and a lot of companies, it's very expensive to do. Oh my gosh, that was so fast. It was a very specific use case that was very cool. I really enjoyed that, seeing AR used for, well, okay, so this one, AI is in a little black box, and it imitates being these glasses. And so this person asks like, oh, how do you feel, glasses, when I leave you by accident? And you talk to the glasses. So it's sort of like this, like how are we gonna deal with these presence AIs that are everywhere? UB was a really kind of wacky one. Have you guys heard of QWOP? It's like this game where you control each limb in a really weird way. So this is kind of like that, but pulling and pushing these little levers, and you have to use like strength to push them, and so it's like this embodied thing. All right, this one was really cool. This is stream diffusion, so you can do like stable diffusion in real time, and he has a projector and he's doing it with music. He's doing it, he's also like processing it and then adding lasers on top. And so that was really cool because, like, you know, sometimes I see a projector, and then when you see a laser, you see like what real light is. So I went home and did that, plugged in the stream diffusion. It's really cool if you guys want to know how to do it. It's not too hard if you could manage Touch Designer. And so it's like this fun experience where I just have this camera and you can like move, and it's like, you know, doing the trippy stable diffusion thing. So that's really fun. I'm trying to see if we can show that at some point. So the reason I was there was I was showing the Tiramisu headset for Meta. I didn't work on it, but I'm kind of part of those teams. And so I got to go. It was really cool. It's a headset that has 90 ppd, pixels per degree. So it's like, they say it's more than Retina display. It's very bright, so it has a lot of contrast. So it's like this little window, but when you see inside of it, it looks like real life. You're like, wow. And it was really cool because like showing all these people, like 90% were like, wow, you know, and then once you see that and you go back to the Quest, you're like, oh man, this is like Super Nintendo. So cool things are coming. This guy is very cool, Apollonario Pasos. He's like this, like he's head of machine learning for art and creativity at Hugging Face. He's like an artist philosopher. I love the stuff he was talking about. He was talking about how like art has changed forever, and how for one example is like how now with AI you like generate and then you spend a lot of time iterating. So the generation is like very quick, and then you're just like adjusting things. So it was like talking a lot about different ways of thinking about art. Postman was really cool. So there was this like pole dancer. She wanted to kind of abstract her dance so people didn't think about like the body aspect, because it's like a really cool art. And so they mixed AI with poems, circular poems, and made this really cool experience while she's dancing. You can see some cool stuff. Anamorphoses are these images you can only see with a mirror, like a bent mirror. So they're using AI to generate worlds that look like a world like that, but also look like a thing in the bent mirror. So that was a really cool. It's like all these crazy things. People are so creative, and like I'm really excited that AI is like allowing all these things. This one's very old school. This one's like an analog slit scan photo machine camera, and it just like moves the scan like this, and then like you can move, and it makes, you know, you can do this digitally very easily, but the nothing like that analog life. Oh, Spatial Storybook. This is a colleague of mine. They're doing same thing. Like AI is just like being trickled in all these things in such creative ways. Imagine you're listening to an audiobook, and like it's like the two characters are like, oh my gosh, yeah, this happened, and you feel them like they're like next to you, you know. And then he's like, oh, I'm gonna go running away, and then you hear them like spatially running away, and the LLM can kind of trigger these spaces, you know, like read the book and then sort of create all these things. I got to see Ed Catmull talk. He was, you know, there. He was showing Toy Story, the first one, and he was talking about how much how crazy it was those times, and we talked a lot about change. I got to ask him a question, and he basically like everybody at SIGGRAPH is like AI, like oh my gosh, what's going to happen? Like my job, and so like. So at Calmo was like, there's going to be big changes, he says. This is a big change. I've seen it before. There's good parts and bad parts. And just you need to be part of the good parts. Like we need to like push because it's going to come. And so like if you're like, oh, I don't know, then that's going to be rough. So yeah, thank you. I have the links in case you guys want them at some point. Hit me up and I'll send you some links.
So there's an alcohol swipe because our grubby little fingers will mark it up. And there's no varnish on the circuit board, so it will scratch easily.
All right, thank you.
We'll need that. Okay, our next speaker, Hexafae. Hexafae is an interdisciplinary artist, performer, curator, and interactive fiction writer who works at the edges and confluences of culture, ancestral knowledge, games, movement research, and performance, and indigenous futurism. Hexa holds an MFA with a concentration in indigenous arts from Goddard College. Please welcome Hexa.
Hi, sorry about the big words and all of that stuff. So I'm Hexa, and I'm going to tell you about rocks and why they matter. I'm sure plenty of you already have some affinity for rocks, and if there are any geologists here, I'm really sorry for what I'm about to do. Some context, this talk was first developed for an interactive fiction and narrative design conference, so there's, narrative nerd stuff in here. And these rocks are cobalt, which powers most of our technology, and the circumstances under which they are mined is not cute. I'm going to be dividing the rocks in this talk into two categories: rocks from this dimension and rocks from other dimensions. The other dimensions are like the imagination, pop culture, media, film, etc. And so rocks from our dimension: earth rocks, sky rocks and space rocks, ocean rocks, bone rocks, and liquid fire rocks. So some examples of earth rocks: uranium, cobalt, diamonds, cursed jewelry; sky rocks, meteors, asteroids, etc. Ocean rocks, these ones are wet. Bone rocks, fossils, liquid rocks, magma. And let's see here. Why are these rocks important? All of these different reasons: computers, science, vitamins, cursed gems and jewelry. Everyone loves a cursed jewel. Cultural importance: religion, witchcraft, alchemy, nuclear fission, and they look cool. Let's see. Cursed gems are plentiful. One might wonder if it takes so much human suffering to mine the cobalt for our computers. Are they also cursed? We don't know. Cultural significance: many people consider rocks to be spiritual, many other people do not. It depends on your personal cultural context. As a Lakota person, we like rocks. Rocks are considered the first ancestors. Before there was humans or animals or bacteria or anything else on this planet, there was rocks. Some rocks in other dimensions, which pop culture, chaos, emeralds, infinity stones, all of these different things. Special note to Fraggle rocks. Fraggles and Fraggle Rock exist in more than one dimension, and the physical version is made of felt and glitter on a soundstage somewhere. Some rocks may heal you. These ones definitely will not. These are all radioactive rocks. The picture looks way cooler when the color's right, just saying. Let's see here. And how are rocks helpful for narrative builders and artists? Cool rocks you find are soothing and inspiring plot device. There are so many, hundreds and thousands of plot devices that include rocks. They make our computer brains go. We couldn't write, we couldn't make most of the art that we do, we couldn't communicate with each other without rocks. You can throw them at your enemies, you can find them on a walk and keep them in your pockets. I'm not liable for the consequences of throwing rocks at your enemies. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, Hexie. Our next speaker is Iole Alessandrini. Iole is an Italian-born artist and architect based in Seattle. She creates outdoor public art, site-specific installations, and interactive works integrating light, technology, and environmental awareness. Alessandrini holds 2 masters in architecture, Italy and the USA, and a diploma in fine art, Italy, and has exhibited internationally in galleries, museums, and public spaces. In her recent project, To the North Pole and Back, during the Arctic Circle residency in Svalbard, Norway, she employed her signature technique, eolography, laser plane photography, to record movement and spatial relationships in extreme environments. Her work often bridges disciplines, merging architectural thinking with experimental media to explore the dialogue between human presence and landscape. She is a member of Soil Gallery in Seattle, and her public art projects engage communities in the Pacific Northwest and beyond. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I decided to write something so that I keep up with the images and the timing. So I guess I'm going to start with this guy here.
Press it once.
Only once and then, okay.
And then it'll go.
All right. Thank you for inviting me, first of all. And thank you everyone who made this expedition possible. A huge thanks go to Ed Mannery. He's not here. He's an optical engineer at the University of Washington, and we collaborated since 2001 at Bellevue Art Museum for a residency that I had there, where we created the first laser plane. And then again with Jackstraw Production, another residency. And tonight, I share not only what I saw in the Arctic, but what often remains unseen. Fleeting human traces that remind us how deeply our presence shapes our changing world. Maps has always fascinated me. They promise certainty, yet conceals mysteries. They guide us, but also mislead us. For me, maps are metaphors of journey through light, space, and time, where discoveries always exceed what we planned. Oh, it's not going. Okay, that's Ed Mannery. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, that's where I was. So do I actually have to click?
I'm not sure now.
Okay, well, that's fine. I timed it, so that's where I was, the North Pole, and that's me in Svalbard. It's 8 degrees south of the North Pole. In October 2023, I joined an expedition with artists and scientists led by the Arctic Circle organization to Svalbard, a remote Arctic archipelago. Here, human presence is brief and fragile, yet whalers, miners, and explorers all left marks that endure in ice and stone. I traveled north to listen the faint echoes of this presence. My work seeks to capture patterns that usually slip away, gesture crossing traces, so we might reflect on their permanence in a fragile world. The Arctic holds extraordinary contradictions. It feels vast, eternal, untouched, yet like ghosts you see presence, footprints erased by snow, but remembered by light, presence and absence intertwined. No one is native to Svalbard. People arrive, leave, and vanish. Their presence is temporary, like footprints in snow. My work makes these fragile traces visible before they disappear. I call this process Yuliography, my name plus photography. Think of Man Ray radiograms. Using a plane of light and laser and long exposure, I capture people moving through the space. Each gesture leaves a luminous trail, transforming impermanence into memory. Technology in the Arctic is very fragile. Cold freezes barriers, fog blinds lasers, cameras fail. I adapt and improvise. Precision meets unpredictability. Process becomes part of the story. I'm drawn to light for its power of revelation. Like the oculus in the Pantheon, it opens the invisible. In my work, laser light exposes a hidden choreography of bodies and landscape. Each work is unique, alive, with energies of the moment. What interests me is not only the image, but the dialogue between body and space, gesture and environment, presence and absence. From this ship, I observed the glaciers and fjords. For 14 days, I used the camera to capture the fragile exchange between a human presence and the vast shifting Arctic. The Arctic looks pristine, yet human impact is everywhere. Subtle, quiet, like traces in snow, or pollutants carried invisibly through air and sea. Beauty and consequences are woven together. The Arctic also speaks through ice. Glaciers grind slowly, pack ice drifts, brush ice clatters. Each carries a story of change. My images map this shifting vocabulary. Placing lasers in the landscape became a dialogue. Fog, snow, and ice intersected the light. Each crossing produced forms I could never predict, collaborations between a human gesture, nature, and technology. Curiosity, I think I need to, Curiosity guided me everything. I embraced that trial and error, letting a surprise shape work. Technology became not just a tool, but a mediator, translating fleeting encounters into images of light. Light itself is metaphor. It is presence, energy, time, sun, fog, aurora borealis, laser. Each reveals something otherwise unseen. Yuliography tries to hold these revelations, if only for a moment. Art cannot stop climate change, but it can shift perception. It can make the invisible visible and invite reflections. This work asks us to see our presence and its consequences. The Arctic taught me that nothing is untouched. Every trace, no matter how fleeting, becomes part of the story of our planet. Through Yuliography, I reveal these invisible marks, reminding us that in the Anthropocene, our presence is everywhere. The question is, what kind of traces do we want to leave behind? So, and I have an installation in the next room with the same laser plane that I brought with me to the Arctic. And those images are really difficult to see what a hologram is. So I'm very happy if you are interested to be photographed through the laser plane, and I'm happy to give you the picture. So, thank you.
Our next speaker is Grant in the house. Great. Grant Hinkson is a multidisciplinary technologist and artist whose career spans design, software development, and music composition, and has spent his career at the intersection of design and technology. He is the founder of Pryde Lab, an independent studio launched in 2024 to create and release Connectome, a VR art game and experience published in May 2025 on the MetaQuest headset. Most recently, he served as head of design engineering in Amazon Devices and Services Design Group, where he led teams developing prototypes and next-generation experiences for a range of Echo family products, including Echo Show, Fire TV, Fire tablets. Additionally, Grant was part of the launch teams for Xbox programs, including Xbox Music and Video on Xbox One and Windows, Xbox Smart Glasses, and the Xbox 360 ADK. Grant's art has been exhibited in galleries, events, and public spaces across Seattle, including the Conroe. Everyone, please welcome Grant.
Thank you. Great. This is going to start for me, right? That timer? Hi, I'm Grant. And my goal over the next 400 seconds is to remind you that it's okay to create without purpose, to explore random interests, and get lost in your own curiosities. Now, how am I going to do that? I'm going to do that by sharing about my interests and obsessions that ultimately resulted in me creating an art installation called The Door. It's actually on the other side of this wall. Now, The Door was born of a key element in a VR game that Jacob mentioned earlier called Connectome that I launched earlier this year. And Connectome is an immersive art experience anchored in the idea of 3D connect the dots. And one of the first things you learn to do is create a door. 4 points, 1, 2, 3, 4. A door opens and transports you into a new space. And that becomes a core element of the experience. So the installation itself is the result of me asking, what would it look like to take a virtual experience into the real world? And if the virtual experience is very intimate and personal, I wanted the physical experience to be communal. And so it's actually quite simple. There are 4 pedestals, each with buttons on top of those pedestals. And you have to work together. You cannot reach and touch all 4 of those buttons at once. It requires recruiting others, talking together, reading runes on top of these pedestals to crack the code and open the door. So that's what The Door is. I originally created it for the Seattle Art Fair in a very short period of time, just a little bit over a week. And I want to share the rabbit holes that I went down, the interest that I pursued that gave me the foundation to be able to move really quickly and bring this idea to life. So I really think of myself as a software person first, but I love hands-on making. And over the years, I've created a really nice tools, a collection of tools similar to what Shelly has at Passable, a laser cutter, a CNC machine, multiple 3D printers. I recently confiscated a Cricut machine from my mother. And of course, I've been doing drawing robots and 3D modeling for quite some time. So I want to start with the laser. We saw stones earlier. I am drawn to the intersection of design and physical objects. And these are some laser etched stones. I finally realized that for me to relax on vacation, I found these on the beaches in the San Juans on vacation, that for me to relax, I have to be making. Some people get in hammocks and read. I have to create. That's how I finally calm down. So these are a collection of pirate coins. I have one in my pocket right now. What that did was give me a point of view. When I created these pedestals, I knew that I wanted the button to feel organic, not digital. And so I had the skills to do that. I etched the stone. Here you can see the final result. Of course, I laser etched wood, but through that process, I built a point of view on what that would look and feel like. My signature on the back of a speaker that I built. Jeff's going to get on to me in a minute. You're going to see a photo. Here's the laser etcher engraving these runes on top of the panels. I've been obsessed with drawing bots for a long time. The first one I built was in 2018. Over the years, I think the skill that this gave me was creating 3D models for parts quickly. I started with models that existed. I sometimes started from scratch, but I built the skills to rapidly create parts for hardware that I wanted to bring to life. Here's the example of the model I created to house the button that goes on top of the pedestal, and then the simple containers for the Arduino hardware. Now, during COVID, when we were all running our own little TV shows through YouTube or Zoom or whatever the communication platform was, I became obsessed with OBS. OBS is the streaming software that YouTubers use, and I found that there's a thing called a stream deck. This allows you to quickly press buttons, change scenes, coordinate your live broadcast. Now, you could just buy one of those, but that's no fun. I made my own. Through the process, I learned that there's a specific flavor of Arduino that is simply able to emulate a keyboard. So what that means is these buttons in the pedestals just show up like a keyboard, which means all I have to do is handle a key press, A, S, D, F. That makes it easy to prototype, easy to test for. Now, onto the CNC router and why I'm going to be in trouble later. I built speakers that look like boxes, but I built a point of view on what is possible through the CNC machine. I learned how to do double-sided prints, multi-stage carves that allow me to do carves with materials that are longer than the surface itself. So when it came time to build these pedestals, I quickly designed and CNC routed the bases. There's a channel for the USB cable to come out of the back. This little plug that I used was also something that I had designed a few years ago when I was prototyping, leading smart home prototyping. Of course, that makes sense. I need that right now. I have that in my toolkit. So here it is, coming together. Now, that's it, really. The message is stay curious. And you might just say, well, aren't you just talking about building experiences? Isn't this what growing as a human looks like? That is true. But these skills I learned because I gave myself the space to be curious about the things that didn't matter for my day job. I didn't need them to complete a particular project. I was curious. I pulled the thread. I went down the rabbit hole. And now I am equipped to bring ideas to life and express an idea, because I guarantee you, you may not have an idea today, but you will have an idea in the future that is begging to get out of you. And you have to build the skills to set that idea free. Thank you.
just need to pull up this other presentation. Okay. Okay, I believe I have it pulled up. So, Riley Donovan. Oh.
I'm still seeing.
You're not seeing.
I'm seeing a freeze frame in the last.
Maybe we should just go ahead and move it back to the straight HDMI. All right, I will do the intro. Riley Donovan is a new media artist, graphic designer, working with emerging technologies to create interactive installations, virtual reality artworks, augmented reality exhibits, and mixed reality experiences. Donovan's work explores how computer simulations, machine learning, and interactive environments challenge the boundaries of our senses. His work examines how machines are molding our future, changing our culture, and confronting our perceptions of reality. We got all kinds of fun going on here.
The last PowerPoint didn't get closed, so it stayed on top.
There we go. Thank you, Riley.
Thank you, Jake. Hi, I'm Riley Donovan, and I'm here to talk about tools that change the way we create. Is this working? Do I do this? What's going on here? Which one do I click?
Just forward.
It doesn't seem to be clicking forward. I do the arrow.
No, it seems like we're frozen again.
So technology changes the way we create and express ourselves. Does it advance? This is what I get for using Google Slides instead of PowerPoint, apparently. Shame on me.
Thanks, Ray.
So how do I advance it?
You can still use the pointer. It wasn't focused in the right spot. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. There's some.
Can we restart the timer, please? Yes. Thank you.
There's some dramatic intensity values to the color there. So every major medium, writing, the printing press, photography, recorded sound, radio, film, television, personal computing, the web, mobile devices, VR, AR, and now AI has forced artists to rethink how we create and express ourselves. Each breakthrough didn't just add content, it rewired perception and culture. Marshall McLuhan said it best: the medium is the message. The real impact of a medium isn't its content, but how it changes us. Television compressed space, culture, and politics into a single glowing rectangle, reshaping public life. The internet rewired how we connect and share ideas. Today, we stand at the frontier of a new medium, emergent machine intelligence, on a path toward AGI and eventually superintelligence, where context-aware, multimodal systems learn from interaction, anticipate intent, and collaborate in real time. The medium itself is intelligent and evolving, faster than any human technology. AI is more than a paradigm shift in computing. It permeates every technology and speeds the evolution of all mediums. It is a pivot in art making, self-expression, and how humans and machines create together. My path with AI began with Deep Dream, which turned ordinary photos into hallucinatory visions and revealed how machines see. It was my first encounter with AI producing imagery truly unique to the medium, something no earlier tool could create. I became an early adopter of emerging image generation tools such as Stable Diffusion and Midjourney, experimenting with their capabilities and pushing their limits. That exploration led me to StyleGAN 2 and 3 for latent vector walks, early steps toward generative AI video. Natural language made these tools accessible. I no longer needed complex code. I could simply describe an idea and the system builds it. I soon used ChatGPT as a prompt engine, crafting layered instructions that feed directly into multimodal systems. Text-to-speech for voice and soundscapes, text-to-image for visuals, and text-to-video with Runway ML, Audio LDM, 11 Labs, Takutron, and Stable Diffusion. These pipelines fuel installations and short AI films where text becomes sound, image, and motion. The real breakthrough for me was automation that creates on its own terms. I wrote scripts that call LLM APIs and feed outputs back into themselves, creating recursive engines that generate, evaluate, and regenerate while I guide intent instead of every step. With Cursor, an agentic IDE, I began to vibe code, sketching ideas into natural language and watching them become interactive applications in Unity. That shift from static editing to a partner that codes with me opened a pace and scale a single artist couldn't reach alone. Before ChatGPT, the word of the future imagined AI as a form of religion. Jake Fennell and I collaborated with each other and the machine, dividing tasks across human and machine learning. Jake fine-tuned a GPT-J model on a custom data set to generate writing and sound, and we trained StyleGAN 2 models on our own images for evolving video. Together, these systems became the installation's intelligence, generating text, audio, and visuals. Building on the subject of automation, Gestalt uses custom code with the OpenAI API to generate prompts for new content and guide the live mixing of thousands of AI-generated videos and audio clips. It feeds its own output back into the system, like a real-time recursive machine dream feeding back into itself. Alongside installations, I treat AI video tools as a modern electronic sketchbook. I often conceive, generate, and edit short AI videos in just a few hours, combining text to image, text to video, speech, and sound. These quick experiments test ideas and aesthetics and help inform concepts for installations. There are many other compelling tools I don't have time to get into: Meshi and Tripo for 3D models, ML agents in Unity for custom NPCs, Stream Diffusion for real-time text to video, and there's just a ton more. I mean, it's insane what's happening with this technology today. So across them all, one pattern stands out. Active computation is redefining creation. I'm no longer programming fixed behaviors. I'm cultivating intent-driven, interactive systems that adapt to contexts and goals. My role shifts from solitary maker to curator, collaborator, and co-designer, and the audience is no longer passive. In some of my works, they become active participants, shaping the output through their presence and interaction. This is a new relationship between human intention and machine agency. So computing is moving from static programs, fixed instructions, and predictable outputs into dynamic, intent-driven models that learn and evolve alongside us. Art follows. Self-expression becomes a living conversation with systems that respond and grow. The challenge and the opportunity is not just to master these systems, but to co-create with them. Together, we're reshaping not only how we make art, but what art can be. And that's my story.
Thank you, Riley. Okay, our next speaker, Kevin Goodrich. Kevin Goodrich is an interdisciplinary artist who works in sculpture, printmaking, painting, and collage. His work explores the relationship between digital and traditional routes of image and object making. Sourcing from the everyday, his work examines connections between the uncanny and the language of reproduction. He received his Master's of Fine Arts degree at the School of Art Institute of Chicago. Tripping me. He is an associate professor at Cornish College of the Arts at Seattle University. He lives and works in Seattle, Washington. Welcome, Kevin. That's forward.
Hi, folks. All right. I was asked to speak here on a couple things, and the focus I'm going to work on here is my work as an arts educator. So as an arts educator, I'm definitely like a self-professed Luddite. Not the 19th century term, but the one we use commonly. This idea that I'm really working with technology from a broader view, okay? So I make images and objects. My work really focuses on the language of reproduction and how it shows up in both, whether they're flat things made through old methods and new ways, or other options. My other work is really as an arts educator. I teach sculpture mostly, but it's an interdisciplinary program that we have for our students. So we really work to build students who focus on their own individual voice. So a big part of that was my work in designing the John and Mary Shirley Fabrication Studio, which has all the digital and traditional tools that we use in sculpture. The challenge I see for our students is an aversion to technology. They're more consumers than makers, and that's a pattern I've seen over the last 5 to 10 years. I think it becomes an opportunity. The way that I think through this is this idea of the permission slip. Can I get the right things in front of that student to make them engage in a way that's really meaningful, and it's really coming from their ideas? This deals with a couple different things. So we're going to look at a couple different archetypes or ideas of how I've been able to work through this. The first is the idea of the dustbin. Basically using that broader view of the past, of forgotten things, things that don't work, as a medium for students to really engage in. I like to show them really specific art examples, and I'm going to show you a couple of those today. Christine Baumgartner's Transol is a 14-foot wide woodcut, and Baumgartner really works through this process really well. She uses images derived from small video stills, and then she hand carves them with, honest to God, like butcher knives, one line at a time through 14-foot blocks. Students are really inspired by this. One example, Anna Wolf-Short, recent alum, same idea, working with an arcane thing or form, in this case, stained glass, putting things together in very old ways in order to incorporate moving image in a very new way. One of my favorites is the dumb smart thing. This would be anything that uses advanced technology to make simple things from very complex things. These tend to be very playful, yet really focused. Really good example of this is Roxy Payne. So using a advanced manufacturing technology, really like that factory production model of a system to build a really individual mark of form. So a complex thing, simple outcome. Great example of one of my recent alum as well, Kiana McLaughlin, making these little weird characters out of perler beads, something my 9-year-old does. But what you can't see is here is this was paired with a video mapping software so that this piece displayed in the dark would trigger these small images slowly coming into and out of light. A print example from my time in Chicago. Michael Stark, using laser cut wood to build relief prints, borrowing really kind of nostalgic forms of advertising for more interesting material today. One thing I see a lot of is the cynic. I think the cynic is mostly present in most of my students. It's borrowing the negative connotations of the tech in order to reinforce ideas in their own work. A really good example of this is Rafa Bilal, Domestic Tension from 2007, where the artist lived for 30 days in a room where a remote-controlled paintball marker was allowed to be shot at him as people activated it in this space. We get this idea of the technology leading the form. Recent piece from a current student of mine, Chloe Short, using the 3D printer to really kind of explore that idea of what happens when the machine's hands there. We have this text piece built from the model of NATO 5.56 millimeter rounds. This very American-made form that spreads through the world. The cynic can also go like an older path, going back to the 19th century, hand-building replicable doors, really contrasting with that Arduino software at the bottom. This piece was really kind of beautifully made in that contrast. And the last strategy is really the hack, or taking the back seat. And this is an artist who's like really letting the machine or the tech be the hand of the artist, right? It's gonna make the mark or the form. And a really great example that folks have been able to kind of see this through is the artist Wade Guyton, feeding canvas as a material through a printer in a very mechanical way and letting the composition kind of show up as it does, as it navigates that machine. A really great example of this is an artist most folks know here is coming up here. Is Anthony White, former alum as well, great student, really combining 17th century like Dutch still life painting, but hand-drawn through a handheld 3D printer, right? Closer to like a tattoo machine than it is like the technology as it was designed today. The outcomes that I see when students really think through this way, through this like Luddite lens, is they just have a greater personal voice in their work. What they seem to do is make work that looks more contemporary very quickly, so the growth becomes pretty great, and they have a lot of ownership over their ideas. So those are just some strategies that I found in my classroom that worked really well to bring some folks who are slightly reluctant to this idea of a bigger conversation really deeply into their work rather quickly.
So for the AV person, we're going to test things again because we have both PowerPoint and web on this next version. So I'm not sure how we're going to do this. There's actual like a link in the middle that goes to a web presentation.
We should open that ahead of time.
Okay.
And because we're going to need to move it over to the other extended display.
Okay.
It won't be there for now.
All right.
And then let's. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Let me toggle it, and then we're going to drag it over, and it's just going to be right behind. So we'll just alt tab.
Okay. All right. So, next up we have Josh Lind. Josh creates art and tech experiments, including interactive installations, electronics, light, audio, graphic design, music, woodwork, food trucks, and more, often built for group shows and collaborative spaces. In the tech world, he builds web front ends. Born in Washington in 1982, he now lives on Camano Island, chasing ideas and pugs. Thank you, Josh.
Welcome.
Right on. So I have invoked like a horrific phrase, which is vibe coding. You've probably read it about on the internet. Some of you do it already. Some of you maybe don't know what it is, and some might be confused. So Should I just spacebar it? Okay. So this was the introduction. I don't know if you don't need to read, you can read the top part if you feel like it, but my goal here is to sort of reveal some of the experimentation that I've had to do for work that sort of like unlocked some creative things. And I think maybe the theme that I'm hearing tonight is like a barrier reduction by using some of these tools, so that's where I'm going to be going into. So this is an example of a very silly thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to make a board game about slugs that were taking over your garden, and I was like, oh, but you do have to do quite a few cards, and the points have to balance with each other, and you need some fun themes, and I need like 60 cards, and then I'll go edit the best ones. So this was the thing, my friend Jeff and I were playing around with this. On the one side, you saw the prompts that I used for the AI, on the left were the cards that kind of came out. This is another one where, so I'm just showing you a couple examples of like what vibe coding did. On the left was this project I did. It took me a couple years with Arduinos and C++ and speakers and hours of hell. And then the project died. And then I was like, I want to revive it as this little fortune teller. So I vibe coded myself a fortune teller in an afternoon, and I kind of like brought back to life that project that had sort of died because there was a technical barrier that I couldn't get over. So what I decided to do as an example is I vibe coded a presentation on vibe coding. So that's this. You're welcome to go to it. It's just vibes.doublejosh.com. And down here, so what I did is I started with a blank browser window, and I said, we're going to build a slide platform. And then I'm like, you should make it so when I press the space bar, it goes to the next slide. And then I was like, here's a text file with my slides. And so if you go to this, you can click this little prompts button, and you will see these are the 60 so prompts that I used to build the presentation. So you can follow along and be like, oh, I could do that too. So you can listen, and there's some README stuff. It wrote all this for me, but this is all the technical details, instructions, how you could do this too. Make your own slide platform. This is a list of the points I was trying to make originally. A human tried to make some points, and then everything, I told it to go off the rails, so we're just gonna go. Is it not working? Oh, I'm not on the right window here. So I wanted some notes that I have before I start. I'm going to talk a little bit about some tactics, specific tactics that make it so you could do this more successfully. And I think that's where I'm going to try to jam in information. While he's doing that, I'm also going to say that like one of the keys to success is the small context window. Don't rebuild some giant app like Uber or something. You're like, I want to make a calculator for my art sales if I go do this event and that event. And you know what I mean? You just build like a little financial calculator for yourself. Or what's the other example? Earlier, while I was sitting here, I'm going to do a Halloween art installation, and I needed some eyeballs that sort of like move around. So just in the back room, I was like, okay, make a thing with eyeballs. Are we going to be able to click on something here? All right, so I'll start going quick. We're skipping over that, right? Because other people talked about all those problems. And the one thing I want to say to everybody in the room is with a series of very clear requests, anyone can sort of invoke this like magic in like a small context, right? And you can do exactly what you want and not accept the software written by a large corporation. You can write your own tiny software that does just the thing you want, and all the data's on your machine. So there's a little, yeah, so anyway, I'm just gonna keep ranting, I guess. And you don't need to know too much about a framework or how the code is working or what libraries. Just go, it's an infinite sandbox. You can just ask for what you want. So starts going off the rails. You're gonna need to iterate a lot. You're gonna need to create this little loop of doom that you go on. You need to preview and test. Another major important thing to remember, you are the only human involved when you're doing this. The computer doesn't have eyes. It'll be like, oh, I made the button clickable. And you're like, no, you did not. So, and also like, it'll try to lead you down paths. It'll be like, oh, you should build a calendar. And you're like, I don't want a calendar. So like, remember, you're the human. You're the one telling what it to do, and you need to make bold choices that make it usable and fun and ignore its bad advice, because it's just a computer. So meta documents. If you do this and you have trouble, consider creating some documents about what you're doing and then show it those. And then you can go farther because it won't get confused by all these little steps. Now, you could watch tens of hours of like the internet loves this topic right now, right? Is like, how can you write meta documents to make your AI do work? So it's just an important tool. Traditional engineering things are still true, so like you can't run away from the reality of like how the systems are gonna work. So you don't have to know too much, but if you did it the way that it's supposed to be done, it will be easier. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I covered this before. Like okay, let me step back here. The AI came up with a lot of this presentation, okay? So I gave it some original stuff. It came up with a lot of these bullet points. I don't know if you've been noticing, some of them are a little wacky, but like, it came up with a tentacle joke. I just said that it didn't have eyes and hands, and it was like, but I might have tentacles. So another tip. When you're doing this, the thing you're making is both fragile and resilient all the time. Because you could issue one command and it would there's just bugs everywhere and you're screwed. But at the same time, you could be like, fix all those bugs, and then it does. So like, you're surfing the edge, right? So it's up to you to kind of stay on that. Okay, I'm watching the time here. I'm just gonna keep going. That's exponential green fields is because you're gonna do a bunch of weird stuff that nobody knows what it is. We can't even see this one, it's fully off the rails. Oh, ship it now. Literally, I wrote the thing about the eyeballs and I shipped it, and I'm gonna use it in the sculpture with the eyes. It's done. I didn't have to write the code. We already saw that. Oh, this is maybe true. Creative partnership. You are going to enter into a creative partnership with the AI. You're not going to be like, I want it just like this. It's going to be like, well, too bad it's like that. So it's a creative partnership. Embrace the beautiful chaos. Artists plus technology equals magic. I'm just preaching to the choir. From vision to reality. So you can go to this later and read the details. Perfectionism is dead. And go do it tonight. There you go.
Thank you very much, Josh. All right, is Derek in the house? Derek Nunn is a storyteller. His voice has been fine-tuned and marked with style and distinction. He has worked in various departments of film and television, cultivating story ideas and concepts into reality, from award-winning independent production companies such as Steakhouse Productions and Animus Films, to studios and network conglomerates such as Viacom Media Networks, producing events seen all over the world. He began working as a story consultant for various TV and film projects, script doctoring and ghostwriting, while simultaneously grinding on film sets as a boom operator and working the most prestigious film festivals around the world. He later assimilated to the corporate side of entertainment, traveling the world as an assistant for Viacom CBS. With each opportunity, his proficiency for a story and unique perspective has centered him in rooms with executives and personnel from Warner Brothers, MTV, Paramount Pictures, VH1, Nickelodeon, Sony Pictures, BET, Comedy Central, and 20th Century Fox. I am going to pull up your presentation because I got started a little. We're embracing the chaos.
Yeah, I think it's pretty flat.
That is. Forward. Yeah. You only need go.
Cool. Wonderful. Good afternoon, everybody. That will never not be weird. hearing someone read about you. So, hello, my name is Derek Nunn. A little bit about myself before I get started. As you heard, I was born in Seattle, raised in Tacoma. I ran off to Los Angeles to pursue my love of movies. I like to say I went to special feature film school. You guys remember DVD special features? I used to watch those, and that kind of helped grow and bolster my love of film and movies. So I ran off to LA, and very soon after, I was thrust right into like the Hollywood filmmaking industry. But at first, for the first couple of years that I was living in Los Angeles, I was a Hollywood party crasher. I would get dressed up and I would, read press releases and find out where these events were going, and I would do my best to get into those places because that's what I wanted to do. So actually what I'm talking about is getting in. I want to start with a phrase that I'm sure you all have heard of. How is the sound? It sounds amazing over here. I don't know how it sounds over there. Okay, great. The reverb is incredible. But yeah, we all heard this phrase. It's not what you know, it's who you know, right? So, and as we know, regardless of what industry you're in, relationships, a lot of is the currency of not just the film industry, but a lot of industries. If your washer goes out, you're more akin to call someone you know rather than dial up a company not knowing how much they'll charge you. I'd rather call somebody I know. And that was a lot of my experience. For a very long time, I didn't touch my resume because there was a lot of, hey, I need somebody, hey, Derek, are you available? They need someone over there. Sure, I'll go. And that led me to a lot of spaces and places, giving a lot of opportunity. And we're going to come back to this first slide in a little bit, but what allowed me, or what really was really helpful for me to get into these places, because as you can imagine, when you're walking up to like a red carpet, there's no feeling quite like being at a party you're not invited to, and especially not knowing anyone there at the party. But I would say my confidence is what got me into a lot of the rooms. Sure, you want to look the part, and they say fake it till you make it. That all works, but confidence and self-belief is one of the things that signals that you belong. I would often walk up and go to will call, and people just assumed I belonged there because of my confidence or whatever it was that I was exuding. And it allowed me to get into these places and spaces. And that's one of the things that, regardless of what you're working on and what you're doing, confidence, when you walk into a room with confidence, knowing that you belong there, regardless of what your credentials say or what school you went to, whether you have them or you don't, that confidence will take you a very long way. Now, forgive me if I go, these are rapid talks, so forgive me if I move too fast or if my syllables tend to stick together when I speak really quickly, but and as well as my attitude. Now, resilience over rejection. Now, rejection is part of life. We're all going to get rejected. Well, maybe not use the word rejected. I struggled over using the word rejected. Sometimes it takes those no's in order to get to your eventual yes, correct? Yeah, you guys maybe have experienced this or at least heard something like this. Getting those no's or getting turned down from opportunities allow me to, restructure what it is that does work. And when the thing would work, I would, double down on it and get these amazing opportunities. A lot of these times I would go to these events, and I would go to these festivals, and I would go, I would just go to these places, and we're gonna get there in a second, but just the passion that I had. I may not have had a long resume, and oftentimes I didn't have any resume, but the passion and the attitude that I had is what got me through the doors, what established a lot of relationships where people would know that I may not be qualified, but my attitude and my passion would get me in. They say the best ability is availability. So just being willing and available and passionate can carry a lot of the weight that your lack of resume, your lack of qualities, or your lack of know-how can get you into a lot of these places. And like I said, positioning. So I went to a lot of film festivals. I had a college professor tell me about film festivals. I never heard of a festival. I was like, what's a film festival? That sounds, two things that I really like. I like festivals. That sounds like a party in film. So I think I want to go there. One of the first jobs, and I went to the festival when I got one of my early jobs at Warner Brothers, just being like a fly on the wall in a post-production, in an editing suite. I got to see, and this is so funny, I got to see like the first episode of Shameless like a year before it came out. I had no idea what Shameless was. I'm like, what is this? I like William H. Macy, but he looks terrible. What's going on in this? And then eventually the show came out. But that led to my first job, and my first job on set, it was literally just proximity. I was that young, ambitious kid that wouldn't take no for an answer. I wouldn't leave them alone, so I kept showing up to set every day, helping them set up. And then eventually, one of the second AD, the second assistant director, asked me, he says, we need to put you on the call sheet. What department are you in? And we just made something up, and they put me with sound, and I was a boom operator and sound utility, and on a Danny Glover film. And that turned into an opportunity to where I was able to join the union and all of these things. But it was the positioning and it's like proximity, just being in the spaces that you know the people and industries that you want to be in, you know where they are. Something such as this. I mean, what a wonderful room, what a wonderful opportunity. I mean, I've already met some people already that I know I'm going to be following up on, which leads me to turning access into opportunity. Now, every handshake, introduction, and collaboration can be a doorway. Well, I ended up working with Viacom, and it was never a job that I wanted to do, but it was a massive, great opportunity. Obviously, they're a huge conglomerate, media conglomerate, and they have all of these accesses to film, but it wasn't film specific. But going through those years and working, I think I worked with them about seven and a half years. From working with them, the later opportunity, the later things that I would do, the things that I would do later when it would come to the films and the shows and the things that I would work on, having those relationships paid off, because now, I mean, what do they often say? Derek, what are you working on? I know you do this here, but what are you working outside of this? And I was able to circumvent some of I like to say going through the back door rather than the front door, because there's usually a long line in the front door. But if I know someone that works in the back, I'd rather just go knock on the back and say, hey, can you let me in? So that's kind of sort of how it all worked out, and just being in the right places, using each opportunity as each form of access as a form of opportunity. And just lastly, getting in is only the beginning. Your preparation, your work ethic, as we said in the beginning, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But after the who likes you, they're going to want to know what you know. At some point, what you know is going to come up. But it's going to come up. They're going to be like, so what are you doing, man? What are you doing here? But that's when a lot of that work, a lot of that passion, a lot of that know-how that you gain along the way will open up these opportunities. And yeah, it's what's going to keep you there. It's what's going to allow you for those opportunities to flourish and become, from one thing, just a small relationship, small opportunity, and it can turn into an entire career, relationship, who knows what it is. But yes, that was Rapid. My name is Derek Nunn. Thank you for listening to my Rapid talk.
Thank you so much, Derek. And we'll confidently move along. Okay, Justin Lincoln is an experimental artist, educator, and technologist with over 2 decades of experience teaching new media and digital art. He holds an MFA from CalArts and brings a deeply interdisciplinary approach to his work, blending creative coding, UX design, and human-centered thinking. His recent projects explore the intersection of artificial intelligence, generative systems, and visual poetics, often through playful interfaces and improvisational tools. At the core of his practice is a commitment to collaborative learning and critical making. Whether developing interactive art tools and processing, or researching decentralized models of education, Justin designs experiences that invite participation, reflection, and experimentation. His ongoing project, Another Human in the Loop, investigates how emerging technologies can remain grounded in curiosity, care, and the embodied self. Thank you for joining us, Justin Lincoln.
Thank you. So do I press the this to get it going?
You can do that. We'll go forward.
Okay, so
That's the laser.
the laser,
That one.
this one, and it'll auto. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Justin, and hopefully before the end of this talk, my thinking is going to get loopy, and hopefully your thinking will get loopy along with me. I named my most recent website Another Human in the Loop because a human in the loop was already taken. I just moved here to Seattle on Wednesday from Walla Walla, where I was teaching at Whitman College for about 15 years. And it's a lot to take in being over here. But I'm really excited because now I can start new habits. I can start all sorts of new things. And when I think about a human in the loop, first I used to think that a loop was just a habit, but a loop can be a lot of other things. And one of the things that really expanded my thinking on loops were a couple of books. The first was this book, From Counterculture to Cyberculture, which is about Stuart Brand, who started the Whole Earth Review. He also was an assistant for a really amazing presentation by Doug Engelbart. And Doug Engelbart and Stuart were very much a part of the counterculture in the 60s. To one degree or another, they were both involved with acid and a number of other things too. But there's a bunch of things that happened in their sort of buried history that really excited me, and I wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to bring these books to pass them along to anyone that wants a book, because I'm downsizing. Anyway, the thing I really love about Doug Engelbart was it turns out he was hired in the 60s by the US Defense Department to develop artificial intelligence. But he hated the notion of artificial intelligence. He liked to think about augmented intelligence. And what that did, that restating of augmenting intelligence, put the human in the loop. And that kind of humanism is the kind of thing that really inspired me. Now, recently we think about a human in the loop because of training for AI. And I have done a bit of training recently as sort of piecemeal jobs. And I was shocked when this one company basically said, hey, why don't you volunteer to train our model? And maybe if you do well enough, you get a prize. And I was shocked. And so I was thinking more about loops. And sometimes a loop for us as a human can feel like a hamster wheel. Do you ever feel like you're caught in a holding pattern? That's another kind of loop. But the kinds of loops that impressed me and inspired me the most came out of cybernetics. The ideas of positive and negative feedback loops. A negative feedback loop is something that creates homeostasis. It makes something basically stay the same, whereas positive feedback loops distort a thing. It magnifies a thing. Think about something like Jimi Hendrix putting a guitar next to an amplifier. It starts distorting, it gets louder, it changes. Whereas you can go from cybernetics to something like information theory, where you have sort of noise and signal, or you can go to systems theory, where you have sort of flow, where things keep moving. And I think of that as a positive feedback loop, whereas a negative feedback loop is a stock. You can kind of keep things where they are, and you can rely on them. One more place that I like to think about loops is magic. Could there be a connection between loops and a magic circle? Think about the positive feedback loop as this place where you summon a magical entity. But the negative feedback loop is the fact that that circle keeps you safe. And I think that this is really important today as we are dealing with large language models where we can speak things into existence. If that doesn't sound like magic, I don't know what does. But I think that, we have to practice our wishcraft. We need to get better at wishing. And we also have to stop being so average. It's really easy to get these sort of what Hito Sterol calls statistical renderings, where we get figures that just look like anything else that we might sort of run into in media around us. But I really am kind of nostalgic for the early days of working with prompts to make images where the hands were mangled and everything just seemed to melt and change, and that felt magical to me. So I want to spend a little more time thinking about positive feedback loops and run wild a bit. Could a negative prompt where you're saying, hey, I don't want strange hands, could that be eugenics? Could we maybe accept that things get really weird and enjoy that? At the same time, as much as I have a bias towards positive feedback loops, I do think that stabilizing loops are also, negative loops are really important, and we can't just forget about those. In closing, I want to think about what kind of loops are we in and what kind of loops can we make? What kind of loops do we need? And finally, first come, first serve, can I give you a book? Thank you.
And our last speaker for this rapid talks would have liked it to be a little bit more rapid instead of the technical difficulties, but we're working with this. So our next speaker is Cam Smith, a Seattle-based new media artist whose work explores the way technology companies collect, understand, and exploit data from their users. Welcome, Cam.
Thank you. So this talk is called AI Must Die. It's the same title as the zine. I'm going to read a little bit from this, and that'll sort of be the talk. So credit where credit is due. My co-author, Michael Walton, is sort of the real genius behind this. He has a background sort of in academia and artificial intelligence, and he was working for the US Census Bureau for a bit on proposing ways to democratically govern AI before Trump came into office and fired him and all the other leftists on his team. So it's an interesting and spicy topic we have in front of us. Let me see here. There we go. So I'm going to read a bit from this, and then, So why does this zine exist? AI is fucking everywhere. At work, at school, in our home, in our phones, on our streets, in our governments, and at war. We are living through an era of extreme AI hype. In this climate, some people have gotten rich off the stolen data and stolen labor that fuels these technologies. Others have been surveilled, oppressed, exploited, and killed. This little talk is going to be an overview of some of these topics, and then I'll end with maybe a bit of hope. So, first off, AI does not exist. AI is a bunch of random tools that do different things. So, some of these tools, like ChatGPT or other large language models, extrude plausible sounding text. They're not trained to produce the truth. They're not trained to produce the truth. They're trained to predict the next word in a series. Algorithms like Midjourney transform text into images, and Amazon's product recommendation services model tries to sell you stuff you don't need. These are all tools that may on the surface sort of sound human-like and do human-like things, but this is what we call anthropomorphization. These tools are not human-like, they don't think like us, and they're just tools. So, next slide. Oops. Wait, let's go that way. AI goes through hype cycles. So currently we're living in the third hype cycle of AI. This is when huge amounts of capital and resources are directed towards funding AI projects. They're used for war, they're used for corporations to get wealthy. They often produce new products and services, and they often harm and kill people. But the important thing to know is that we're not living necessarily in a time that we're going to get artificial general intelligence or a machine god. We're living in a time of extreme hype, and this hype benefits certain people, organizations, and corporations, and it hurts others. I think it needs to be understood from that perspective. Something that's sometimes controversial is if AI harms people. So AI kills people. This is not a topic for debate. A company like Palantir will sell services to the IDF to kill kids in Gaza. Artificial intelligence is a tool like anything else, and it can be used for good things, it can be used for your startup, or it can be used to harm and kill people. And like any other tool, it needs to be understood and regulated and properly socially governed. AI concentrates wealth, so there's this interesting story of the Luddites, who were these machine breakers in the United Kingdom during its Industrial Revolution. Luddites have a bad name nowadays. They're sort of thought of as people who destroyed machinery because it was simply taking their jobs, and they were against technological advancement. This is not really the case. Brian Merchant has a book about this. The Luddites were responding to new tools being owned by bosses that was sort of removing their agency and concentrating wealth in the hands of, at this time, like small corporations in the United Kingdom. It didn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be this way. And people will often call opponents of artificial intelligence nowadays Luddites, but Luddites were social progressives who were not opposed to the machinery necessarily. They broke these machines because they were being used to harm them and to take their labor. Another important thing, this is called the test Creole bundle. There's a bunch of these new AI ideologies that are popping up nowadays. You hear people like Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or these other tech leaders talk about, or Sam Altman talk about how we're going to have artificial general intelligence. It's going to be a machine god. It will do everything we want. And maybe, hopefully, we'll live in a utopia if we just keep pumping in venture capital to these startups and companies. These ideologies are weird, they're bad, and they have a function. They're not meant for the people to gain power and agency. They're meant to justify the wealth and the power of specific individuals in Silicon Valley and other centers of power. Another important thing to note is AI is not inevitable. We, like the human race, get to decide how AI is developed, what these tools mean, if we're going to use them at all, how ethically they're going to be governed. People like to have this inevitability narrative. This is a very classic narrative used by conservatives and the right wing to say such and such an outcome is inevitable, inequality is inevitable, poverty is inevitable, violence is inevitable, school shootings are inevitable, so be it, and we can't change anything. We have the same inevitability narrative about artificial intelligence, and I think it's important to sort of question and push back about that, on that. And my last slide, what do we do about this? This is a giant mess. So some of the things that I think people should watch out for when talking about AI tools and products is hype, optimism, and inevitability. These are some of the things that might suggest the person selling you this tool wants your money and doesn't necessarily care about how it's used in the real world. And I kind of want to set a call for artists and other practitioners that we get to decide how these things are used in our community, what standards we're going to have, how it's going to be talked about, how it's going to be used, and artists can sort of set these standards. And I'm really hoping that in the wider art community, we can start the conversation about AI among ourselves, because AI is so relevant to a lot of our art practices. And we can sort of spread these tools and mechanisms and ways of reflecting on and governing AI to the wider community. And so sort of my end note is, I think we need to get together, talk more. We're socially fragmented. People need to get together, radicalize, discuss, debate, and that's how we make positive change in the real world. So.
Thank you very much, Cam. And thank you to all of our speakers this afternoon. I believe we have a short break. Here you go, Shelly.
Yes. Thank you all so much. We have a short break, drink some coffee, maybe walk a little, get some energy. And then we'll start again. I'm trying to not shift your schedule, but I want to give you 15 minutes. So we'll start at 5 after. 3:35, yes.
Hot mic.
Hello. Okay, everyone, let's get our town hall session going. In 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Please take a seat. Here in the Northwest for a long time. Long time. He's probably most well known for his creative conversations, which he was hosting at Vermilion for many years, but also producing 9 evenings with a really great crew. And Lydia is coming to us from Artist Trust, and perhaps more than the average person knows a lot about the resources that are available for artists in the area. So I'll go ahead and let you guys take over.
Can y'all hear me? Okay. Thank you, Shelly. And thanks everyone for being here this afternoon and this whole day. Like Shelly mentioned, my name's Lydia Boss, and I'm the program director at an organization called Artist Trust. And I'm also an artist. Mostly today, I feel like I'm in the position of being a learner and a real student. I've already learned so much by participating on the organizing committee for this event and have met a lot of really interesting folks today. And I'm just really excited to be able to share with you an area that I feel like I'm more knowledgeable in, which is funding and resources for artists. And I also want to say, before I go too much further, if you're wondering, like, oh, is this part of today's program for me? Am I an artist? I want to affirm you and say that yes, you are. Folks who are working in technology, in science, in cross-disciplinary ways, you are allowed to see yourself as a creative and as an artist, and I want you to know that there are resources out there that are available for you from local organizations and also regionally and nationally and internationally. So like I said, I'm here from an organization called Artist Trust. Basically, we're almost 40 years old. Next year is our 40-year anniversary. And we are one of the only organizations that exists here in Washington State solely to support artists' livelihoods. There are a few other organizations that I'm going to give a shout out to a little bit later in my presentation. But essentially, we work with community to provide advocacy opportunities, exhibition opportunities, resources, among many other things for artists of all disciplines across Washington State. We also do this through a lens of racial equity and geographic equity, working really hard to center folks who historically have been left out of these funding opportunities. So if you don't already know about Artist Trust, I hope that you walk away from today knowing about this awesome resource that exists in our community. Genuinely, artists are at the center of our work. We center artists through professional development opportunities and also as panelists who make decisions about what happens with the funding that we have. So you might be asking yourself, why should I consider applying for an artist grant? I didn't say that. We're probably best known for grants for artists. So that's really what I'm going to focus on here. Why should you consider applying for an artist grant? Obviously, aside from funding, from money for your project or to support your work, there are a lot of other reasons that you could consider applying for an artist grant. Many of them are listed here on the screen. Local, national, or international recognition. It's a great way to learn how to talk about your work, write about your work, think about why you're doing what you're doing in your artistic practice. It also can be a wonderful way to help you to prepare materials to apply for other opportunities. Also just growing your network, visibility, getting your work in front of new people. There are a couple of folks that are here today that I've worked with who have been panelists for Artist Trust. I can't tell you the number of times that maybe somebody doesn't get selected for funding, but they put their work in front of someone new in that panel room, and it leads to another opportunity for them. So again, there are a lot of reasons to consider applying for an artist grant, in addition to just that very basic need for funding for our work. So these are the grants that Artist Trust currently offers. We have 4 different grant cycles that happen annually. I'm just going to briefly introduce these to you before I move on to tell you about some of our amazing partners here locally. We have something called the Arts Innovator Award. These are 2 grants at $25,000 each. We also have grants for artist projects. These are project-based grants where you're proposing, hey, I need funding to essentially fill the gap on a project. We have 50 or more of them annually, depending on the amount of funding that we have. And then also our fellowship awards. These happen annually, 8 or more. These are $10,000 that are just merit-based awards. It's not for a specific project necessarily. This is just you presenting yourself as an artist and saying, hey, I really want this support for my career. There's 2 other grants that are listed here that I will call out next, the Twining-Humber Award and also the SOLA Awards. These are not for folks that are working in media and tech arts. Instead, those are for visual artists exclusively, but those other 3 are open to anyone in any discipline, including folks that are working in the art and tech space. A couple of our close partner organizations, some of you may also be familiar with here locally. For Culture is King County's arts office, and they support more than arts, culture, and heritage, but I did want to give them a really specific shout out, in particular for their arts project grants. These are up to $15,000 to bring any project to fruition, and the next application period is taking place in spring of 2026. It's a great thing to know about. Also, the Seattle Office of Arts and Culture, they offer grants, professional development opportunities, and also public art opportunities for artists and creatives living here in Seattle. The City Artist Grant happens every other year, where folks working in the media art space and technology are able to apply for funding. And these are, it's up to $8,000 to support an individual. I'll also mention that everything I'm addressing, because this is my area of expertise, is funding for individual artists. These 2 institutions also offer funding for artist groups or for organizations, but I'm just calling out these specific opportunities because that's something I know about more clearly, and I want to make sure that you know about too. This is sort of a non-exhaustive list of other places that you can look for funding for yourself as an individual artist. I put those big 3, Artist Trust, For Culture, and the Seattle Office of Arts and Culture at the top of the list, because I thought, and I see people doing this right now, I thought you might want to take a screenshot. Oh, hey John, do you want to lean toward me for a second? Yeah, thanks. Anyway, there are amazing resources on this list, and basically some of these are going to be funders themselves. Some of them might be more of like a database where you can search for funding that could be specific to you or to your medium. It's also just, these are great resources. Some of them also have non-monetary resources for artists. I also really want to emphasize that support for artists doesn't always just look like money. Money is great, but also things like non-monetary support, information, resources, community. There's a lot of really amazing assets here on this list beyond just funding. In that same vein, I really wanted to give a shout out to some of the other amazing organizations that exist here locally and regionally that support folks specifically in this art and tech space. Many of the people and organizations on this list have received kudos today and mention, and for really good reason. If you're not already familiar with some of these incredible partners, institutions, organizations, take a screenshot. Again, it might be about funding, but these non-monetary opportunities, it could be a residency, it could be a community event, a networking opportunity, it could be direct resources to help you to build a new project. Really wanted to give a moment to emphasize the really amazing work that is being done by many people in this room and beyond. So thank you, and at this time I'm going to pass the proverbial mic to John Boylan.
Thanks, Lydia. As Shelly said, I'm John Boylan. I've been involved in some element of the arts around town for a long, long time. But one thing that's key, after I talk, the whole point of this is a town hall for you all to talk about what's needed and talk among each other with us to get a sense of what kind of support is needed for this intersection between science and tech and art. I love the idea of trying to get residencies in more corporations, for example. That sort of imaginative use of and development of resources is really key. But the one thing I'm going to talk about is a project I'm working on. And so I'll start by saying that 9 years and 1 month ago, I and a bunch of other people produced an event called 9E2. And what that was a 50th anniversary commemoration of an event that happened in New York City in 1966, in which Robert Rauschenberg got together with an engineer from Bell Labs to produce 9 evenings of performance art driven by the high tech of the time, like infrared video and biofeedback, and what were amazing, and still are in some ways, amazing technologies from almost 60 years ago. There were 50th commemorations all over the world, but ours was one of the largest. We ran 9 days and nights of performances, installations, talks, shows. And to get a sense of what that felt like, I'd like to run a short video, just about a minute. It may take a minute to run. You got audio? No audio. Bummer.
Maybe.
We want to do that again. The music, by the way, was by a woman named Monica Cott, who also operates under the name Nordra. She operates all over the world. She used to live here, and she comes back sometimes, but I think she's in Europe mostly now. The video was made by Rachel Green, and one thing I want to say about it, several of the people in this room participated. I know Tamaya did, I know Riley did, I know Jen was very helpful. And so I want to look at an opportunity for, again, gathering artists, scientists, technologists, engineers together again and produce a series of performances, discussions, installations around the intersection between art, science, and technology, but doing so especially exploring recent developments in technology, whether it's AI, whether it's blockchain, whether it's whole new materials and fabrication systems, different medical technology, engineering feats, and see what happens with those in terms of making new art. So if you're interested in that, get in touch with me before you go, and I'll get your name and put you on the list. I'll be sending out some messages fairly soon about what we're going to do. Just to end, one thing that we will look at is, we'll of course look at the role of AI. We'll look at the future and past of VR and AR and where they've gone and where they're going. And we'll look at one thing that I'm really curious about is the persistence of analog in a digital world, and just the intersection, especially between digital and analog, and between AI and human intelligence. So there's lots to talk about, lots to do. Like I said, get in touch and we'll talk. But now, I think the thing to do is to open up and see what people think about support for the arts, about resources, about how this works. Is it more residencies? Is it more funding? Is it more community? What do we need to work on this development, on this humanization of technology? So, do we have a mic for the floor?
We do. We've got a mic for the floor. It's already out there, I believe. And there's a blue X in this center aisle. Yes, thank you for pointing. And like John said, we might not have any answers, but what we're really hoping for is conversation and reflection, and also some shared space for learning and understanding what does the future look like in this art and tech space, and what are we hoping for collectively, and what do we need as a group?
Now, don't be shy. You have a lot of thoughts about this.
My name's Joe. I organize this symposium where we're at now. Before we did that, we sent out a survey. And the first thing they said on the survey, or the number one thing people asked for when we were talking about resources, was more exhibition space. So what I'm thinking about is a couple of different tracks. One is something like a new media festival, like say Ars Electronica West Edition, that's regular, either annual or biannual. And the other one is a permanent, like Kunsthalle. The Kunsthalle concept is like kind of like a town hall focused around art that they have in like Germany and Austria. It's a concept there. So both of those are kind of directions I'm thinking about and wondering how we collectively make that actually happen. Either or of those.
So do you think it's more exhibition space, more maker space, more talk space?
I think a Kunsthalle is all of the above. So it has exhibition space, it has presentation spaces for talks and things like this event. And it's also fabrication labs and artist studios, all of the above. But permanent, so it's just kind of always there. Like we have a lot of fragmented ones around the city, but it'd be really great if like the city had one that was, across the region,
It's funny, that's one of the ideas about ecological restoration, is the idea of defragmenting habitats so that animals can roam among specific habitats. Seems like that's also important for a cultural scene.
Right. We need that avian pathway, sort of. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Anybody else? What do you want? What are we looking for here? Yuliya.
I was just reflecting upon a couple of things that when Genevieve was leading the panel discussion with these amazing speakers and the opportunities that exist with this venue, and I remember when I came here in Seattle back in '94. What I found back then was a 911 Media Arts Center, consolidated works, amazing. Well, of course, DX Art, University of Washington, the Henry, absolutely up to bringing up all of these resources. The Bellevue Art Museum, amazing. The Bellevue Art Museum, which now is in a limbo, was the place that back in the year 2000 created a show Luminous, which I was lucky to be in it, and it had the purpose of promoting technology and art and digital art. So I was thinking that what I have observed during these years is that there is kind of like a wave of things, and that things go high and then they go down and low, and then they maybe stall and then they go back up again, and that creates a sense of wisdom where we should be aware that in fact things might not last forever, and that in fact with that kind of understanding probably there should be spaces that in a way allow for that kind of elasticity of space that breathes big and then shrinks and then breathes big again or expands in other directions. So I think that not only as a space, as a concrete thing, but also as a philosophy of visualizing this unique niche that we're all in, has this kind of nature and identity that in fact always is in a state of development and sort of like a becoming, but it's never done. It's always in a continuous development. So I wanted to bring in this this vision, because I think the more we embrace that idea, the easier it is, in fact, to accept success and failures, because that's what I actually, as an artist working with technology, it's always about a lot of failures, even like getting a grant. How many times, what is in this thing, how many people here have received no letters? Sorry, great work, you're not being selected. Yeah, thank you so much. and then of course, you get the grant and you feel so encouraged. Yes, so in that kind of spirit, I think we should allow that very clear understanding, and so in the possibility of thinking about the resources and the future of art and tech, that in fact it is a very particular nature that opens to that look.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I think there's also an interesting difference between curated spaces and group spaces, where, say, the crowd mind sets things up, as opposed to a space that is carefully curated, both of which have their roles. But in art and tech, it seems like that sense of tinkering spaces, let's put on a show because we have this technology here, we're going to do it right now, has a lot of value if you can put it together.
Hi, just to piggyback on what you were saying about applying for funding, getting rejected from things, also reminded me of what you were saying about resilience, that I was listening to what you were saying about all the availability of grants, and there are a lot out there, but the process is pretty daunting. The first time that you ever do it, there's a lot of work that you have to put in to actually fill out a grant, and knowing that the likelihood of you getting it might be low. And I know that there are opportunities for like learning how to do the grant process, and I was wondering if you might want to talk to that as well.
Yeah, thank you for asking about that. I'm certainly not here to minimize how competitive these funding opportunities are. We're lucky to live in a city where there is funding available for the arts, but a lot of people are applying for it. So you're absolutely right. It's hard to get the funding. At Artist Trust, we have a number of free support services that we offer to help people to learn how to go through that process. One of them is called Office Hours. These are free one-on-one 20-minute appointments with a staff member. Maybe it's me, maybe it's one of my colleagues, where we will look at your materials with you, walk you through the application process, and give you that one-on-one feedback to help you to feel empowered while you're going through. In addition to that, we also offer an info session for every grant cycle, where it's just virtual, but we meet in a Zoom room and we walk through, again, all of the different application components, talk about what's, all of the most helpful things that you should know when putting together a strong application, or what would constitute a strong application, and then actually walk you through the application portal so you know where to go, how to find things. Because I'm in the same boat. Like, if I'm applying for something for my work, it's very overwhelming, it's daunting, right? So having someone, knowing that there's someone on the other end of the phone that you can call that works at that organization, whose literal job it is to help you, you should know that these people like me work at all of those places that I listed. At Artist Trust, we make it a priority to be available to community. Not every institution is in that same mindset, but there are program officers or program managers or grant officers who should be there to support you through that process. So hopefully you can get in touch with those people. Certainly at Artist Trust, we're we're here for you.
One of the things we were able to do with 92 was we did get good funding from major local tech corporations. It was a really impressive representation. But with that, we were able to give out $80,000 in grants that year. And the money was not, there was no forms, it was more of a discussion, what do we need to make this project? And then we could say, well, let me see, we could pay you this much. And the great thing about that was it was so much more human than the process you're describing. It was very pleasing to me to be able to do that. I don't know if I doubt we'll be able to do it again, but it's always something to strive for, to be able to do that, to raise the money, to be able to give it away in a way that is based on need without a lot of say, formal process.
I got one question to ask about. You've talked about funding and grants. In the past, I feel like the barrier was sometimes you're doing like an installation or something, and the barrier isn't financial, it's like permission. And like you kind of were asking for, you know, things that would make change. And this idea has been in my head for a while. I'm sure it already exists. So like, what's it actually called? Like a $1 grant, basically, where the city is saying like, this project is not a bad idea. Here's like $1. And so you can sort of hold the paper up, you know, if you get harassed or like while you're setting it up. Does that exist?
Yeah, so you're talking about like the stamp of approval from some entity to help you to access space or other opportunities to display your work?
Right, yeah, sort of this like, yeah, getting that stamp to do something in public.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, you know, something that comes to mind for me is actually a program, and maybe someone else knows about this. Please, I invite other voices. If you know of something that could help this person, please grab the mic. Something that comes to mind for me is a program that's called Arts and Parks, and it's funded through the Seattle Office of Arts and Culture, where there's money available, but there's also resources and guidance about having your work on display in a public setting. They also offer something that's called the Public Arts Boot Camp, where they walk you through all of the different necessary information that you need to know about creating public works. But please, I invite other voices as well. I'll also, sorry, just for a second, because I know that there are people here who don't live in Seattle, and I had this on one of my slides. I really want to emphasize that you can look for funding at City of Tacoma, City of Burien, City of Auburn. All of these, not all, a lot of smaller or local municipalities have funding for the arts. You just have to go and get it. It might not be as in your face as something like the Seattle Office of Arts and Culture, but I know that City of Tacoma has funding for projects and funding for artists. So don't hesitate to reach out to their Arts and Culture office and try to learn about what they have.
And we have seen a lot of tech-driven work around the region, not just in Seattle, whether it's Burien, whether it's Redmond. So there is a welcome for that outside of Seattle.
I had a couple things I want to put out there to emphasize. One is when I was at Microsoft Research, I had access to a world-class lab, right? And I would just go over there and hang out, right? And 5 laser cutters and a tech support guy whose job was to help me. And when people are in institutions like DxArts or Microsoft or these other big companies, like you have access to a lab or a resource like that. But once you leave, you're like, what? Oh my God, I forgot. Now I don't have a laser cutter that I can just go and play on anymore. We've tried to address that with, Passable, but we're just a tiny little space, right? What about the 4x8 CNC router? Where's that? To the big, giant, cool installation work that I want to do. It used to be at the Makerspace. They would charge you $1 a minute to use their router. And I was like shocked. How can I possibly iterate my project? Go through the design layers that you need to really figure out or solve a problem at $1 a minute, right? And so I think that kind of space, the larger space with the larger equipment and the access to the technician who can help you figure it out, is super important to this kind of community to be able to progress in their work. And I know that places like New York and San Francisco, they have that, like the gray area. Like there are other really amazing, larger such spaces in other cities, but we don't really have that here. We just have, the little ones like Passable. The other thing I think is super important is, we mentioned, it's come up a lot, but I really want to put an exclamation point on it, is the lifelong learning, right? Similarly, in a field where it's kind of, you need to be constantly on top of the new tech. You need to be constantly learning and innovating and chasing that innovation. And I am always surprised by how much I don't know. When someone showed me Midjourney, I was like, how did I not know that Midjourney has existed for 5 months, right? And so and having, finding the person who's going to show me, how to use it. And so creating those networks for lifelong learning outside of formal institutions, because I'm not going to go back to graduate school. I used to, when I was at Microsoft, we would hire interns, and I would look for the one who knew something I didn't know so they could teach me, right? Because that was a way for me to get access to the kind of knowledge development that you have in the context of schools or universities through the interns. They probably didn't even know that. That was why I was picking them. But yeah, so anyways, access to that lifelong learning, ad hoc, throughout the course of your life, which is so important, I think, and specific to this kind of art community, is also something I want to add to the list.
Thanks, Shelly.
Hi, thanks for the forum. When I was living in New York, I was part of the New Museum Incubator. They have a New Museum, New Inc., where they would match up people who had ideas with mentors. And they had dedicated mentors who would have office hours almost every week to help them. And then they had those virtual mentors who would kind of fill in like every so often. And they also had a co-working space, so people who were part of the program, there were like 25 artists who were selected, would kind of work in this co-working space, so they could kind of bounce ideas off each other. And then when they produced prototypes, they would kind of be able to like kind of showcase it with their mentors and also with everyone else. So I think having some kind of program like that would be really, really useful to really jumpstart and push forward things, and having the milieu of people in that whole headspace of, I want to make this into something tangible or a product or something. So when they come in, they'll have that ability to kind of push that forward. So creating that kind of a program, I think, would be very useful for you.
I love that you bring this up, because it's something that I hear from artists across the state. People are really looking for those points of connection and for those mentorship opportunities in particular. And it's my dream to create something like that that's paid. So both mentor and mentee can receive some amount of money to be able to participate in this program, build relationships, build skills, and develop their work and be in community with one another. Thank you for bringing that up today. I think it's really essential.
Isabel, I think you can just grab the mic when you're next.
I'll come back. Hi, all the ideas here are fabulous. I just didn't want to bury the idea of a residency, because some of us don't live in Seattle, and it would be great to have access to that experience for some period of time that was a residency. I also am very fond of interactivity with the public, and just keeping in mind the footnote that we're not doing this just for people that understand technology, but maybe a kiosk or a video window like the For Culture has, or other kinds of places would be really cool, even if this facility were to be born, this workspace, to have that as part of the vision. Thanks. Oh, and also just anything that could incorporate feedback from folks that may not have, the experience that's selected to understand tech, just to work that feedback in would be really wonderful.
Thank you.
I just wanted to advocate for going for grants. I know it's like daunting going for grants and not getting them. I've applied for a few Artist Trust grants and not have gotten them, but I did get I was a recipient of an Artist Trust grant, and it's, getting the one win feels like getting 10 of them when you get one, regardless of how much the amount is. So I would just say, keep going for the grants, like always go for grants. I try to spend, on average, I think like 12 hours a month just researching grants that are specific to what it is I do. And there's so much money out there, you guys. There's so much, it's ridiculous how much money is out there on the local, state, and federal level. Federal's kind of tripping right now, so in regards to the arts, but there's a lot of money out there, and there's like typically what they call a grant season, or it's like, it's grant season, so everyone knows. It's like, but yeah, go out for grants. It's oftentimes a lot of work, but they're like, as Lydia said, there are those supports. A lot of these grants, these organizations have support to where it's like, if you don't get a grant, so you can talk to someone as to what will position you, to put you in a better position to get that grant, or like what is it that they're actually looking for. It's like, man, I thought I was perfect. I hit all the marks in what I thought I did, and I didn't get it. And it's like, why didn't I get it? And you can talk to someone and they can, they're not going to tell you, I don't know, maybe later can speak to this, they're not going to say, you should have just did this and you would have got it. I don't know, maybe sort of, I don't know. But in me relocating for my production company, we had, I don't remember the lady's, I didn't catch her name, but said working at Microsoft and having all these resources, when you leave you don't have these resources. We would not have been in the position we were in had we not gotten several grants. And it was just knowing, and I think part of the success, if there's any success to be found in it, is just finding grants that are really specific to what it is that you do. If you're like, I don't know, I don't want to look around the room and have anyone think I'm talking about them, but it's like if you're a woman, it's like there's grants for like female tech people, women in tech, women in film, women in artists, this, you know what I'm saying? There's grants that are so specific to where it's like, there's one grant in particular that I can think of to where it's like, I knew I was going to get the grant before I even applied. I'm like, this is me. It's just all about verbiage. It's like, how can I explain why I should get this grant? And then we ended up getting it. I think it was an equipment grant. It was like $15,000 for like equipment, which in the film industry is big. $15,000 doesn't go super far because it's an expensive hobby, but 15 grand is 15 grand. And it was huge for us. So I would just say, keep going for grants. You missed it this year, go again next year. You missed it this month, or however frequently they are. I just say keep going for grants, because eventually you'll probably get one, and that one will just give you the momentum and the confidence to just go for another one. And organizations like Artist Trust are huge. And if you took a picture of that list, maybe you could put that list back up, or the one with all the logos. Shunpike is the big one. I think you said something about artists getting their work seen. And Shunpike has a program where they're putting, I think it's called storefronts or something like that, yeah, something like storefronts where they put the art in. That's incredible. I don't have any art to put in the storefront, but that's great for artists that do, So I would just say keep going for grants, and, unfortunately there's not like there are databases. Anyway, I've talked enough today.
Hi everybody, my name is Julie. I'm not an artist, but I've been in tech for long enough to reinforce that the appreciation for art is there just across the board. So I just wanted to call out that the form a grant takes, right, may not be clearly called out as an artistic fund or a grant. As an example, I recently joined Fluke. The parent company is called Fortive. And the way they do their matching program is by giving grants to community projects. So I would say keep your eyes open, and don't refrain from reaching out to some of these grants that don't specifically call it out as an artistic venture or funds that are targeting artists. The second thing I wanted to point out is a friend of mine. She's really good at writing these grants, and that makes a huge difference. And trust me, if you reach out, they will probably do it for free, because they know how important it is. And that's the first sort of getting a foot in the door, is to write a really good grant. or write it really well, and so engaging a grant writer might be a good thing to do. And last but not the least, I think the power of storytelling, right? Anybody who reads that petition, so to speak, if you can tie it back to community, if you can tie it back to how the project will help the next generation, kids, whatever it takes, and be authentic about it, but if you can tie it back to community, I think it goes a long way in helping your project get funded. So thank you.
Thanks for mentioning that. I think that there's so much truth in what you just said about being able to use any resources to support others in your community. Receiving a grant for a project can be extremely meaningful to move your own work forward, but if you think critically about, are there other artists that I'm paying with this funding? Are there other creatives that are a part of this? Are there folks that are contributing to the project in different ways? How can I use the support that I've received for my vision to continue to support other creatives in my field? And that way, that is what this discussion is about. It's about building momentum, building community, and also resources for the future of our collective work. And I really appreciate you calling that out directly.
A quick question. I know we have others, but I am curious about the person who doesn't know what a grant cycle is.
Yeah.
Where do you go to get that basic information?
Yeah. Well, an artist grant cycle. I don't know if I'm going to answer this question correctly.
I guess let me see the basic fundamentals.
Yeah.
That say this money's available this month. This money's available this month. This is going to require a 10-page application. This was going to require a 1-page application. This was going to require. Oh, sorry. Just the fundamentals.
Yeah, I can speak to this just very generally. Different institutions are going to have different methods. At Artist Trust, we have grants that have different eligibility criteria. And right now we have 4 different grant cycles a year. So I'm just going to use one that's opening this coming week, the Artist Trust Fellowship. These are 8 or more grants at $10,000 each. I encourage everyone here to apply if you're interested. Basically, our guidelines are already live. So on our website, we have all of the information about everything that you need to apply a month in advance. So that way you have more than enough time to get your materials together. The application has to be filled out through an online portal, and that opens this coming Friday. In the application, different grants are going to require different materials, but for the fellowship, we require an artist biography, an artist statement, work samples, examples of what you do, and also an impact statement along with an artist resume. So these are sort of fundamental materials that you could use to apply for the Artist Trust Fellowship, but you could also use those in other applications or in other areas of your career. After the application is open for a month, it'll close on November 3rd. After that, all of the applications are turned over to an external panel. We work with artists from across the state. It's different people every single grant cycle who are also artists who are making decisions about what happens with our funding. So the applications get turned over to them, and then through two different rounds of review and through consensus, they select the recipients. Is that helpful?
No, that's great. So we had, that's really clear. And I think that maybe further discussion if people have specific questions. But we had another question from the audience.
I guess this is less of a question and more of just sharing and looking for people. I am on a mission to make a new media scene just sprout out of the city of Seattle.
Kate, will you speak up? Sorry.
Oh, is that not loud enough? Is this better? I'm not used to microphones. So I run a nonprofit called Actualize Air. Right now we're operating out of the Coliseum space at 5th and Pike in downtown Seattle. Just yesterday, we got the keys to our new space. It's in not South Lake, it's in Pioneer Square. We're very excited. What's exciting about this space is it's large enough to have even more art studios. We provide free and low-cost studios to 30 artists in the Seattle area, and now we're going to be able to provide even more. But we're also opening up, or actually raising money to open up a tech shop with a tool library and community membership. So if you're interested in things like this, please let me know. We'd love to add you to our mailing list. We're also starting a program where we're bringing in technologists to work with our resident artists. Our artists are from all sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of mediums, and I think we can all here understand that there's a big learning curve when it comes to getting into new media art. And talking to a lot of these artists, there's so many that are interested in it, but it's such, a steep learning curve. So bringing people in that do have that skill set that can either teach or work collaboratively with these artists that are interested in new media. I'm really excited for this program, and I would love to collect a few names here if any of you guys are interested, even just to come through for a tour and see the new space. So I'll be around. Please let me know if I don't catch you. Our Instagram is actualize.air. My personal Instagram is free time all the time. My name is Kate Bailey.
What is that again? Kate Bailey?
Kate Bailey, yes.
And then what is the name of the organization?
It's called Actualized Air.
Actualize Air?
That's right.
.com?
Actualizeair.space.
.space. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate.
So I almost hesitate to bring up what I'm going to bring up. Perhaps I'll bracket it. It's not meant in lieu of live experience, funding, space, etc., but a sustained marshaling of social media in a way that was not simply about hype and promotion, but could be connected to things like lifelong learning. And it's funny because one of the things that reminded me of that is actually, I know that in the past Artist Trust has done videos that someone will talk about the process of applying. Well, I think the same thing, if it was done in a sustained way with real presence over time, it could be such a valuable resource and archive of what's happening with new media in the city. And so thinking of how that could be marshaled and framed in a collective way.
So we have time for one more question. Or comment, whichever.
Is there someone who's like really desperate to go? Because I can talk to you all separately. I don't want to be the last. Okay. All right. Well, kind of akin to Kate's, I just wanted to introduce myself and offer myself as a resource and invite the reciprocity of your resourcefulness. My name is Tamar Ben-Zikri. I've worked for culture for over a decade in public art, so if anyone wants to talk more about public art or about grants, I'm happy to do that. I was a curator at Facebook for a number of years, working both in physical and digital environments, and now I work at the Fright Art Museum. And one of the things I'm really excited to bring to the museum space in 2026 relates to all of you, but I'm happy to talk one-on-one with anyone who wants to about it, but just in response to the prompt about the town hall and what I think Seattle needs and some of the things that I'm thinking about for what we're gonna do at the Fry, echoing the many helpful notes that were given about just like sustained programming, ongoing programming, that's one. Two is thinking about the porosity of Seattle and thinking about all of you who are doing great work that may not be known by people in other parts of the country and parts of the world, and also thinking about all the great work that's happening in other places and making that more visible to us here. And then the third is just thinking about, I taught at UW too, I care a lot about history, like just thinking about yes, there's like this lifelong learning to keep up, but there's also so much rich history that kind of can get forgotten, or we don't realize we're doing it again, or just thinking about how do we look both towards what's happening now and the future while also balancing it with the history of this kind of work. So please come talk to me if you want to talk about those things.
Thank you, that's great. So after we talk, feel free to talk to the people who are here to get your connections and addresses and everything.
That's it. Thanks everyone for your thoughts, and we're just grateful for everyone's insights and your attendance today. If you want to connect with John or I afterward, we're more than happy to talk with you. So thank you again.
Thank you all. And of course, thank the organizers who are pretty amazing.
All right, we're going to give you a chance for a 5-minute bio break. Get your coffee, come back, and then we'll hear from Yuliya and Future Arts. Hello, hello. All right, everyone, let's move on to our final session. In 1 minute, let's head on in, take a seat. We've got a really fantastic final panel for you. Come on in and take a seat. Is this you? Okay. We're so excited for our final session. Come on in and take a seat. I need some cat herders. Anyone want to herd some cats? I'm going to come around, and anyone who's out there, we need to stop our conversations or take them outside. If you want to continue, that's fine, but come in or go out because it is noisy. I'm going to go herd the cats.
I don't need to be at my computer, right? Okay, I'll sit with you. I like sitting.
Tell them clap once if you hear me.
Also, I want to make sure like it's not in your eyes, because that's kind of.
I've got a big head, so.
Because like in the last one, I did it with puppet.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't do this. Do you want to use this? That's fine. I'll do this. People just want to hang out. I don't think they're like, we're done listening. That's the most sad.
They only got one more to go.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we can make it really interactive.
It's all and then I'll introduce and then talk about your projects.
Okay, sounds good.
Have a conversation.
Whatever goes, girl.
All right, come on back, everyone, for our last Future Forward panel. I guess we could just start. I'll give it up. Is it working?
Hello? Mic check. Yeah. Let me know if my head's in the way.
I want to check that. It's on us.
want to use mine.
All right. Okay. So, sorry. Not live. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're on our final session. I love how much everyone wants to talk, so my apologies if I'm a little bit overherding. I feel like a cat herder in these situations. But this is a very exciting panel. I want to make sure that if you want to, you're in the seat. And I do ask that it can be a little noisy, so if you do want to talk, that's fine, but maybe go outside. So we are so excited to have Yuliya here. When we discussed as an organizing committee how we're going to structure the day, we really wanted to be, going through COVID and the past 10 years and everything, we really wanted to be thinking about connecting people across the before and the now. And so I think of myself as more on the before end of the spectrum, and Yuliya is very much in the now with future arts. And so we're very excited to have her as the chair of this panel, and I'll let her introduce her guests.
Thank you, Shelly. Thanks so much. Thanks for the organizing committee and Cornish and everybody. It's been such a joy to see everybody and be in person. It's a rarity these days. So nice, it's been a really great day. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. I'm really excited to talk about the future together. I feel like the previous panel set a really good tone for resourcing, for how we can, for dreaming, and now we're gonna talk to some of my favorite people in the dreaming space that are actually doing breakthrough artistic ecosystem design, I would say, and putting on festivals and thinking big around community and preservation and future forward ways to use technology in a big way. I'm gonna first, I guess, quickly introduce myself as a person because we talked about future arts, but I'm Yuliya, and my background's actually in many things. I started in photography of all things and new media art. I actually went to DX Arts, graduated from that program at UW when it was still a BFA, and I'm really overjoyed to be working with DX Arts now, and folks in DX Arts. I see some faces in the audience, and that really opened the doors for how art, science, and technology could really move our society forward in a good way, in a way that's holistic, and that was the beginning of my journey in this space, this interdisciplinary space that was so much more enriching than working in just a camera or just one thing. From then onwards, I founded multiple different organizations. First, it was a photography studio that served as a new media gallery. You might remember something called Interstitial or Interstitial Theater. It was a box on wheels with a video screen in it that we wheeled around all the art walks in Seattle to bring video art to the city. Then I also ran Rustique Studios. It was an accessible photo video space and event space. And then fast forward, I actually went to Amazon in kind of like with a, anthropological hat to be like, all right, they're here to stay, we gotta make friends. Is there a way to make friends? And you know what I found is at Amazon, it was other friends. It was people that I now, to this day are my best friends. So we have to remember that everybody in tech and everywhere are just people with families, and we want community. So long story short, here we are building organizations that do exactly that and bridge these silos that we have here. So that's kind of my story, and I think both of you have similar kind of bridge space stories. So I'm going to hand it over to Yolanda Barton. Please introduce yourself and your story.
Does my mic work? Yes. Yes, head shakes, yes? Okay, awesome. My name's Yolanda Barton. I am one of the few still born and raised in the city. Knew a very different version of Seattle than I see today. And I'm an immersive storyteller. And what does that mean? It means I use virtual reality and augmented reality to preserve Seattle's history and to make it accessible. So my life goal is to bring history to life for people to experience it in new and innovative ways. And that incorporates tech, and it incorporates art, and it incorporates storytelling and lived memories of spaces that have been paved over. And it's very near and dear to my heart. We did an entire immersive experience to preserve the history of the Central District, which was once a Black community here in Seattle, full of pioneers. And for those of you not from here, that's where Jimi Hendrix was born and raised. That's where Quincy Jones was raised. It's where Ernestine Anderson was born and raised. It's where Sir Mix-a-Lot was born and raised, and where Kurt Cobain got a lot of music influence. And there's a long list of legacies that come from that neighborhood. And today you might go there to get some fried chicken at Ezel's, or you might go get some chicken and waffles from Fats. But at one point in time, it was the hub for music and storytelling in this city. And so we work with historic spaces, places, and organizations that have history that needs to be preserved, and we incorporate art so that we can allow art to be felt and experienced beyond just seeing. So we look forward to breathing life into all of the murals and art in this city, allowing people to use it as portals to history. Thank you.
Thanks, Yolanda. We'll move on to Sadaf Sadri to give their introduction.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sadaf. I'm a co-organizer at SPAM New Media Festival, and I'm also a new media artist, and I just started my 4th year of PhD at Center of Digital Arts and Experimental Media, known as DXArts, and I'm happy to be here. Hi.
Thank you both. Yeah, so we'll start from you, Sadaf. Just getting into, let's see, figure out how to, well.
Good, we're stuck.
Technology fails us again. But a human fixes it, so we're good. Thank you, Chili, by the way. Let's give a clap to the live streaming team, by the way. 2-person team doing a full live stream with 3 cameras. You can check all this out online. Anyway, thank you, Chili. All right, I think it went too fast. Well, anyway, you just saw the whole thing, but I was quick teaser. Yeah, tell us about SPAM and how that's been going. And we just missed it. I hope you all didn't miss it. I went. It was amazing. Yeah, tell us about SPAM and its origins, and the hopes and dreams, and how this year went.
So SPAM was an idea of community building that started within DXArts. And we had this idea of breaking out of our bubbles and get connected to other creatives outside of the city and have critical conversations. And this happened like 3 years ago. The first year, we did a tiny festival with DXArts students throughout Seattle in galleries. For the second year, we had an open call, and we could invite people to come in and have artists from Seattle and outside in the country and outside to connect. And this year, we got a chance to do it even bigger and host more people. So it's a space for new media artists and performers to come together and have critical conversations around technology and where we're going with that and this space. Yeah.
Great. We're seeing some photos from this year's festival. Maybe share some highlights from this year and themes that you've seen?
Yeah, these are from last year. So for the second year, we moved to Georgetown Steam Plant, which is a very challenging space for new media because electricity and access and all of that is an issue there. But I think it's a good practice for us to move out of galleries and try to have conversations with different communities and different spaces. So, and these are from the second year, which just happened, and Bailey's work is in the middle. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. We'll come back to it in the later, really soon. Moving on to Revere and what you've been up to building this amazing organization, Yolanda, and I had the chance to attend your hackathon, which was really different than any hackathon I've ever been to before, and I had quite an experience there. Tell us about Revere and what you've been working on.
Well, there's a lot happening. We're building immersive experiences. We also support local artists by putting their art in our immersive experience, so you could do a full tour of murals and art from specific artists in the city, which is incredible. One of the artists is with me today, the Fly Blind guy. We have his art in our immersive experience, and other muralists like Myron, Curry, and more. In addition to what we create, we've really built like a community that just loves this concept and idea. And as Yuliya was explaining, initially I went to a hackathon, a very popular hackathon, not in Seattle, and people just kept asking me why I was there, because I wasn't a developer or a coder. It was really not a great experience. And I had my developers and programmers and team members with me, and they saw how people were responding to me being there and saying I didn't belong, and it just kind of raised eyebrows, right? Like, what is this space that, you don't see the value of a storyteller or an artist in room with tech yet? And I thought we were past that. So we came home and decided, what would it look like to totally reimagine a hackathon and to invite people who aren't from tech and know nothing about tech, and invite storytellers, and invite elders, and invite community members, and people who are just tech curious but don't really even have a background or skill set in that space yet. So we basically said everyone's welcome. Like, please come in and let's show you what we can help you build in the next 2 days. So the hackathon that Yuliya's talking about that you see up here is, we took 13 elders between the ages of like 70 and 105 years old. Yeah, we take the people in the city that no one's thinking about, that actually house the history that we're living in and walking amongst every day. And, we allowed each elder to get a dedicated team. And in grad school, I created a process for how you extract oral tradition and design an experience out of it. And so we put that to the test. And we gave them the structure to use, or they could do whatever they wanted to do, but their goal was to preserve the history of a 100-year-old elder and create an immersive experience out of that, which is like AR or VR, and even incorporate some aspects of AI if people felt like there was a positive use case, an ethical use case for what it could do in preserving elders' history. And Yuliya's right. I mean, it was a fully packed hackathon. We had a wait list of 200 people, which just says people need and want more opportunities to come together and build. And so we're not really just talking about the future, right? We're collaborating and building it together. And it's not just a hackathon or a project. People are leaving with real world skills that they can use in the industry. That's the future of the workforce, right? And then we bring in mentors from tech and all over the world to help people take this idea and actually build something. So every single person left with a prototype in virtual reality or augmented reality that incorporated stories, history, and art. It was really exciting. And so we continue to do one of those every year, working with different universities and organizations. Might be having a really exciting one coming up in 2026. And as you saw in another picture, we were testing one of our augmented reality experiences on the streets near Pike Place Market, where we brought Jimi Hendrix to life. And with the use of technology and art, it really brought his music and history to life. And so we were testing it out, and then we allowed people to take a look at their phones and see what it's like to see Jimi Hendrix step out of a mural and play and talk to you and tell you his history in Seattle. So, you know, whether it's a bus stop or a mural or a neighborhood, we want history to be experiential, and we want art to play a role in navigating that experience.
That's amazing. I remember at the hackathon, you also had the stories be recorded on video. I think I was actually on was it Team Cecil who had the 100th birthday party? 100. Oh my God, that's crazy.
I was just saying Cecil Beatty will be 106 this year, and he's got a lot of history in this city. He's the guy that gives you a tour in our immersive experience, so you get to see what it's like to have an elder walk you around and teach you history. And Yuliya was part of the team that preserved him as well.
Yeah, it was definitely, for me, a different feeling to be in that space. There was tears shed. There were real conversations about history, but also about real things we were actively prototyping together during those 2-3 days, and walking away with something that we actually made was really, really empowering, and felt like, oh, we did this thing and we learned so much from each other. So it was a really fantastic way
Thank you so much.
Connect all those dots. Yeah, and one thing is the students. You know, I wanted to ask you actually a question about what is it like to work like that with the intergenerational space, because there were, I think the youngest one there was like 18, and then the oldest was over 100. I mean, and you had all of this technology that folks were using across generations. What have you found kind of witnessing this and supporting this kind of work?
What we found is that people want more. I mean, they just want to have experiences like this on a regular basis. I was literally talking to an elder about how when I grew up, I would like walk an elder home and carry their groceries up for them. That's what we were trained to do. If you see an older person walking, you help them carry their grocery bag. And that also meant that we had to sit on the porch and listen to their stories for like an hour. And when you're young, you're just like, I just want to go play. I just was trying to do a good deed, you know, but when you're older, you really value those moments because you know it's coming too. Like, we will be in that position one day. And what does it mean to bring different generations together? The hackathon we did at Seattle University this year involved high school students.
Wow.
And they got to preserve elders and key figures in Seattle. And you should see how their young genius minds, allowing them to just use their imagination and incorporate art and any of their ideas in tech, allowed you to just have portals to the future. So I feel like we need everybody. It can't just be us in this room. We need young people's imaginations, and they have less of a resistance and roadblocks in their mind. They don't see the challenges. They only see the future they want to build, and we can benefit from that. So I think it's an intergenerational journey. We need the elders. Like, we need to stop treating elders like they're not valid, useful members of society when they house all of our history and moments that we need to remember. So I think it takes a tribe, and a tribe means everybody, all ages, all backgrounds, all capacities on board. And that's what this is about.
Yeah, well said. And, you know, I also encourage, as we're listening, how are we implementing this in all of our work? How are we making sure we're talking to the youth and the elders? Because we sometimes, you know, the workforce, the tech scene, right, that's not filled with those ages. So how are we bringing everybody in as a community? It's a really good question to ponder. And, you know, there's always ways to bring them in. Even in my 8 years at Amazon, I would, you know, pitch bringing in, let's do a high school jam session. Let's bring them into an innovation talk. Why not? Let's bring in this elder. So there's always ways you can think about bringing folks
Yeah,
in.
and I'll just add to that for the young people. When a young person participates in building an immersive mural or an immersive experience, it's not just a project. Like, that is their future and the future that they're building for us all. And that is what we need, more experiences like that for younger generations. And then they need the elders and the older people and us, who are probably somewhere in the middle, to be a part of bringing that to life.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and speaking of space, we're in space together, and going over to Sadaf and the space of SPAM, which is Georgetown's team plant. And also, especially this year, I realized, we're talking about local histories, but you with SPAM are bringing in national, maybe even international artworks. So, keeping Seattle in that eye of not only uplifting our local stories, but bringing in international and national conversations. So how has that been? And, from that curating those stories together, what have you found you've brought in, and how has it been working across the different spaces and countries and,
It's always wonderful because organizing SPAM, we think about community in the sense of Seattle community, because you want to make connections and build together and create space with people who live here, for people who live here. And then you bring, because we know, we have spaces to share our stories, and then, at least my experience is that I usually get stuck in my own bubble, and I feel like I'm the only one who's doing this, and I'm thinking about this, and no one else is doing that, and everyone is whatever. But when you bring voices from all over, then the community gets bigger. You know that you have other people doing the same thing somewhere else. It's heartwarming for me to work with people outside and inside and connect everyone, because, I think it's important. It's very important, especially when it comes to tech, because we are a tech hub. We have very specific conversations around technology, and sometimes we get lost in generative, all of those, and then how AI is helping us making art and all of the things that comes with it. But when you bring people from other cities and countries with their experiences of technology, I think that's very important.
Yeah, that was a favorite part for sure, is being able to walk around and hear different languages coming out of the audio, and different spaces represented. That was really just heartwarming and interesting, and it takes you out of your bubble, because it's interesting, we're so connected through technology and Zoom, and we're able to talk cross country, but when we're not in space together and physically experiencing it, it still feels like we're just in our own little room, in our own little bubble. So I appreciated that. I wanted to ask you just personally, how is it working with the STEAM plan? It's such a unique space for those of you who haven't been. I'll go back to some of the photos. What have been some of the challenges and excitements of working in a unique space like the STEAM plant?
Yeah, I think it's exciting because this space has a lot of information and history, but somehow it gives you space to put in artworks in conversation with the space, and I find that to be very exciting. But also thinking about accessibility, it's a very hard space for people to come through and experience all of that. And this year, it got me thinking about how we can fix that and, get into those conversations. Where is the mentorship and leadership that helps us figure that out and all of that? But what I like about STEAM Plant is it has a different community, which is usually, because most of the things that I go to in Seattle is downtown Seattle, Pioneer Square, and I like going there and work there because it's like, it's a different, like connecting communities and voices.
That's great. Yeah, it's like a beautiful industrial island when you go there. And I appreciated this year in terms of accessibility. There were things outside, so the space indoors has definitely some tricky spaces to navigate, but it was nice to also like sit in a beanbag and listen to a soundscape under the stars. So appreciated that use of space. So just a question for both of you. How can artists and technologists and funders and institutions better collaborate so we don't just build projects, we build long-term ecosystems like both of you are building? Some thoughts, some suggestions from you who are building these things.
I think going back to our conversation that we had before this panel, I think having a space is very helpful to bring all of us in conversation constantly. And I was thinking last night randomly that I think we need more mentorship and also a movement that is created by all of us that help us stick together and contribute to one thing versus this is my resource, I'm going to do this, and then this project is gone and the conversation is not continued. I think having a center and starting a critical movement or theory or something that makes sense to us and speaks to our experience in Washington and Pacific Northwest can be very helpful.
Yeah, makes sense, absolutely.
I'm going to go out on a whim here and say how we define arts isn't expansive enough. Like I started doing immersive storytelling in 2016, and I did it as art. It just so happened that some of the tech was my medium and the tool for the art that I was creating, and it took a long time for organizations to agree with me that that was my art. And so I found that some of the people defining what is our art is really putting a chokehold on what we consider art and don't consider art. And I'd say, listen, Seattle is a world-class, wealthy city, and yet there is still so much scarcity around funding arts and startups and founders in this space. And there's at least 20 people shaking their head right now, which means I'm not alone in my thinking of that. And we call it the creative economy, but we don't really fund it, and the currency is creativity, period. So we just need to kind of really expand the definition and remove the scarcity around what it means to fund and support the arts in this city. So beautiful rainy city, capital drought, those two don't mix. It doesn't mix. And if we want to encourage the next innovators in this space, they have to know they're welcome. And I got 38 no's before I got my first yes. Most people would have stopped. I just took it real personal and wasn't going to stop until I got my first yes. But no one should hear no that much in this city. And we have to really redefine what it means to support the creative arts and to allow those who do dictate the funding to open their mind around what is considered art and what it means to really support that creativity. It's a chokehold on the city.
Can I add a random thing to your thoughts? I think also making Seattle more livable for artists and keep artists from living is the first step to make it cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, the wage gap is real. But, I appreciate because you both are doing the work, and it is tiring, it's exhausting work, but, these kinds of events also help us all connect to each other and support each other and even just talk. And there's little things that can sometimes go a long way, just having a conversation, connecting somebody, answering a question. It's those kinds of things I found helpful to me and to others that I've spoken to. So appreciate this kind of space that we're building together and that you're both building for your communities in a different way, a different kind of ecosystem that you're imagining. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe we can open it up to some questions from the audience.
Before that, I say something quickly. I want to thank you, Yuliya, and Future Arts team in general, because I find it very hard to bring everyone in, and I try to break out of my bubble, but when you're organizing, you learn that you're repeating the same systems you're trying to break, and you do a great job of bringing everyone together in all the conversations. I wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And the whole planning committee too. I mean, we do think about how do we build a different ecosystem? What does that actually mean, right? For Future Arts, we're building a broadcast system. You could come to our broadcast and have a high-end video, like from this symposium. Everyone's going to have high-end video about their talks, which will actually, you can send that in when you're doing grants. It's very, things like you need to have some sort of product for yourself, right? And a tool that you don't have accessibility to. We're trying to build those tools. So that is something we're focused on. And I listen and learn. The whole org does in terms of that. And I'll come back to some Future Arts things in a minute, but wanted to thank you for saying that. Appreciate you both. I wanted to see if anyone had any thoughts or questions for these lovely individuals. I know it takes a second. Think about it. Something, if you in the back, maybe shout it out. Hiawatha. Hiawatha Artist Lab. No, I'm not. I have spent time at Hiawatha Lofts. It's an affordable artist living and studio space, but yeah. Another question in the back.
Oh, the wireless.
Oh.
Hello? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you'll have to come
I
up.
just want to encourage people with their questions to come up because of the recording, but also this is a good spot for everyone to see and hear. Yeah.
Sorry for asking a second question in the same day, but I live a little north of Seattle, and maybe the thing that I've found myself struggling with might be a little microcosm for new technology arts. So I joined a group that's the Camino Island Artists Association, and they all are two-dimensional painters and ceramics and stuff, and they're like very resistant to this new definition of art, where I'm like, so they do this tour around Camino Island, and you get to like go to the different studio tours, and I was like, we could have all these amazing experiences where it's like you walk in and you different immersive things, and they were like, it doesn't sound like what you do is art. It sounds like you organize parties or something. And I was just like, how do I? Everyone there is over 80 and don't think that what I'm doing is creative or something. So I'm just like, how do I translate? So I guess, I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Great question. Do you all want to take it?
I don't have an answer, but I think about that a lot. Someone talked about arts in parks. DX Arts did a show there, and everyone was like, what is this? What are you doing? And I was like, what am I doing? Why can't I translate? And I think that goes back to mentorship and the space. If we have an infrastructure because I'm sure that it exists. Like there are ways to do it. We just need spaces to show us how to do it, but I don't have an answer. I do agree with you.
Well, that's a lot of my life experience. So there's a couple of options you can take. One, that's your moment to educate, and that's the one I tend to fall on the most. Let me explain to you how what I do is art. And it's okay if it's new to you. It's my opportunity to show you how vast and expansive the world of art is. And with all these tools available, I'm finding a lot of opportunity to bring my creativity to the tools and yield amazing opportunities to expand your definition of art. So welcome to New Age art. I mean, you just got to kind of really be willing to educate people on what they don't know. And I did a TED Talk and thanked everyone that said no to me, because I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now if it weren't for that. So you can also use it as a catalyst for what you're going to do next.
Amazing, yes. I think education is at the bottom. It's the bottom line of everything we do in tech and art, and everyone in this room has experienced that. What is that? Why are you doing that? Well, I don't get it. I remember my first DX Arts lecture. My mind was blown. But then, my parents were like, why are you doing this? I don't understand. Why would you do this? And I was like, but the NASA scientists, this is where they go. Anyway, I wanted to share a story, actually, in response to that question, which some of you may have heard. It's one of my favorite stories. We did an augmented reality showcase 3 years ago on a block. We had 19 artists, and it was 17 days long, and we had a device rental program. I'm huge on accessibility for many, many reasons. I cared for my grandmother. I'm a provider for my brother who's got issues with neurodivergence. So I think about that first, and that's my response, is think about what you do first with everybody, not just age, but accessibility. And that actually makes everything more interesting for everyone, because that's just how we should do life. And case in point, the first person at our show was a 74-year-old woman that had a clip out of our Seattle Times article and said, it says here I can rent a device, and there's ambassadors that will help me with this augmented reality thing. And we just opened. It was 4 p.m. We didn't think it'd be open. And one of our volunteers who was just setting up the device rentals, because we didn't think, we're like, is this going to work? Is anyone going to rent these devices? They did. And a lot of elderly folks actually came, as well as children, and rented the device and grabbed an ambassador, and they walked them through. And those people then went and told their friends, their other 70 to 90-year-old friends that were like, hey, I did this cool thing. I get it now. This is cool. This is interesting. And then the content in it was something, awe-inspiring. It wasn't like, a sale or something, like for something that's buying something. It was a beautiful story of a local community or something like that, which is what both of you do. And I think that's fantastic. But I wanted to share that because it's that simple sometimes. Just think of everyone and accessibility first. So I think there was another question. Yeah, Jose.
Hi. So first, I really appreciate the intergenerational connection. I think that's so important to give meaning to our lives. I feel like recently I've experienced a lot of that in my life, and being like not an older person, but like a older brother to people. And then also having that, somebody with a lot of perspective in your life that can tell you, like, hey, it's all going to be all right, is like, it's definitely lacking, I think, in the world. So I just got here, to Seattle. I'm a Seattle newbie, and I just wanted to ask, what are, besides maybe your own projects, what are some cool spaces, projects, things I should check out? That is some of your favorite experiences.
Yeah, would you want to share a quick one where
I don't know.
Yeah.
I go to, are we talking about institutions like museums and experiences like that? I think I go to Georgetown for music a lot, and I go to the Henry and Fry to see clean institutional art. And what else? There is this experimental sound space, Studio 1421. Does anyone know the number, I don't know.
1418.
Yes, I go to that one a lot too, yeah.
I love the art murals in the Central District. One of the person that's done some of those art murals is here tonight as well. And there is a large one in front of the Northwest African American Museum on 23rd in Massachusetts. If you go to Union in Midtown Center in the central area, it's all art, it's all murals that sort of represents an era in that place. I also think Pike Place Market and the Pier and downtown has a lot of history in that way too. So the International District always has beautiful art as well. So you get to learn the city and see what kind of historic footprints have been left when you go to specific neighborhoods and see how that art represents the history of that space.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm going to plus one on the Waterfront Park. It just opened and it's beautiful. So definitely check it out. They have a lot of art over there. I know we're getting short on time, so really quick, where can we find you both? What's next? Where can we get involved with both of you?
Yeah, got a lot of programming and opportunities coming up. And if any of you are interested, there's no age cap for our hackathons. So we'll have a lot of information on our website. Our website is reverexr.com, REVEREXR.com. We're on Instagram at revere.xr. And our website's a great place to follow us. And this year we will have more hackathons and more opportunities for people to come and experience immersive storytelling and also help build experiences as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and SPAM happens every September. We're going to have an open call in February. We would love to work with everyone and do this together. We want to do more artist tags, make things more accessible, and do zines. So if you're into any of these things, new media related, reach out to me. On my Instagram is Sadaf Sadri, or Spam New Media Festival has an Instagram too.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll just progress to quickly pump that we're having an interactive gala. So scan this QR code to just save the date, and we're going to announce tickets in a couple weeks. There's going to be dinner with robots is our theme. So if you want to help on the planning committee or be a part of it, definitely come out. And I'll go between the two for Future Arts. This is what we just did this last Saturday in this building downtown. We do kind of this interactive talk show of the future. And for us, join our newsletter. We're going to be doing a board search. And if you're a tech artist, definitely get in touch with us and work with us on the upcoming things we're going to be putting together in the future. So yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for everyone who stayed, and for Third Place Technologies and Cornish and the planning committee. It's been such a joy to get this going. I think we want to do this every year now, so we won't wait 10 years again, but thank you, for putting this together. And last thing, we have a bonus from FALana. If you do write match me, you will get another match. You don't need to do it in the room, but these are people you can reach out through email to connect. And I got someone came up to me and said that they actually found somebody exactly who they needed. They connected and they're going to collaborate. So just a little bonus for you. Type match me and just reach out to that person. So.
And everyone, please give it up for Yuliya and the organizing team for all their hard work tonight.
All right, that is the last session. I just want to hand the baton here to Jeff Bryce, who's one of the chairs or co-organizers of the exhibition tonight, so he can briefly explain how that's working.
Great, thank you, Shelly. Thank you for all the panelists who spoke today. Let's give them a hand. Amazing panelists today. So it's my honor to close the symposium part of today, which has been awesome. I've met so many great people and heard so many great panelists today. There's an opening tonight for the exhibition, which I hope that you'll stay for and tell your friends and family to come. It's only open for tonight, and then we take it down tomorrow. And thank you to Joe and Gray. Joe and I have been spending the last 2 days setting it up with the artist, and it's amazing work. We're just blown away by the quality of the work. I think we should do this every year, right? I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, this is community building, right? I mean, I feel like there is a community here now after today. So fantastic. So there's going to be a soft opening at 6 for anybody under 21. I've invited the Cornish students to be here so that they could see the show. And then the bar opens at 7. So that's the real opening. So again, hope you'll join us tonight. So thank you for coming today.